I'm going to call to order this May 16th, 2024 regular board meeting of the Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have roll call?
Elizabeth Galverman.
Here.
Mary Lee Hall.
Here.
Samantha Hall.
Here.
William Hall.
Here.
Jeremy Hash.
Here.
Jennifer Henkel.
Here.
Nathan Henkel.
Here.
James Hollick.
Here.
Joseph Wilson.
Here.
All right. Going to announce just one meeting, which is an executive session that occurred immediately before this meeting, discussing matters of student discipline, legal matter, and personnel matter. All right, moving on to item 2. I'll entertain a motion to approve the May 16th, 2024 board agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Were we able to, Bob, were we able to move that agenda item?
Yeah, we'll move it up right after public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that
I don't know if that, do we need to
constitutes a
approve
change to the
that?
agenda, but we'll go ahead and talk about it. We'd like to move agenda item 10.01 up just for courtesy to the to our incoming high school principal, so he doesn't have to wait as long. All right. I guess we'll have a vote on that. Any nays or abstentions to that amendment to the agenda to move that item up? All right, that amendment carries. And then any nays or abstentions to approving the agenda? All right. Moving on to approval of the minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the April 11th, 2024 regular board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. And then we have our student representative report. Ms. Dunn.
So I'm going to be honest, I did not write a report for the meeting today, as this senior's last day of school is tomorrow, and the last day of school for K through 11 is a week from now, next Thursday. I will say that I'm looking forward to getting to do the walkthrough through the elementary schools in our caps and gowns. And I'll also mention prom was a big hit. It was a lot of fun. The post-prom party was also a big hit from what I heard. And I'm looking forward.
Prom queen herself.
And I'm looking forward to graduation. So that's all I have.
You're not alone there. All right. Moving on to item 5.01, retirees presented. I'll turn it over to Dr. Bryson.
Thank you, President Henkel. We truly value and appreciate each member of the Southern York County School District family, and at this time of year, we wish to pay special recognition to district staff members who either have retired during the current school year or will be doing so at the conclusion of the 2023-2024 school year. We have 9 outstanding individuals from a number of varying positions throughout the district who will be honored this evening. We have noticed that especially those who have retired mid-year are already entrenched and enjoying all aspects of their retirement and are unable to be with us this evening. But I can totally respect why that is, since they're already enjoying their retirement. But we'll make certain that they get their gift, even if I have to deliver it to them personally somewhere on a beach, I'm hoping. As a part of these special recognitions, we have invited the respective building administrators to join us tonight as well to share some tidbits of information about these amazing folks that we may not already know. First, I'm going to turn it over, the presentation, to Dr. Rob Van Voorst from Shrewsbury Elementary School, followed by Dr. Melissa Bell from the middle school, and Dr. Kevin Bowen from the high school, and last but not least, Mr. Randy Buffington from our operations. And quite honestly, just before Dr. Van Voorst gets started, I think tonight we'll be recognizing over 200 years of service to the Southern York County community, school district, and specifically the youth of our community. And 200 years is an amazing amount of service to our community. I had this on the end just to say this in recognition, but instead of doing it again, I'll do it right now because our retirees who are here with us this evening, you will be able to get up and get out of here after the recognition. But I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to all of you. You'll never know the impact that you've made, not only on the students, but the staff and the support that you've been. A veteran at what you do and moving on. And certainly we can all hold our heads high and say that's what we aspire to do someday as well. So thank you. Dr. Van Voorst, the floor is yours.
Okay, so out of all those years of service, 73 years of service go to Lori Bitzer, Linda Fodell, and Missy Taylor at Shrewsbury Elementary School. So I want to share a little background on each of them with you because many of them started in the early 2000s with us. Lori Bitzer's, her employment with the district started as a substitute secretary and clerk during the 2001-2002 school year. And within several weeks, Lori was recommended for the position of substitute instructional assistant. A year and a half down the road, after really her recognition for outstanding connections, she was recommended for a newly created instructional assistant position where she continued to grow within the Shrewsbury Elementary School family. Jumping down to the 2015-2016 school year, Lori added to her experience as a personal care assistant, bringing the same degree of dedication and expertise to this position as well. Lori spent a brief time sharing her support with Friendship Elementary School before returning back to Shrewsbury as an instructional assistant supporting our emotional support program. When reflecting on Lori's exceptional qualities, it's been shared, and I quote, "Lori always went above and beyond and did so with sincerity and professionalism. She maintains an extremely positive approach, and the district has been very fortunate to have Lori as a part of our team." Now, in retirement, I know Lori is going to spend time with her grandkids. I've heard she has 5 grandsons. I'm pretty sure 5, so she's going to be pretty busy with that. She is a self-proclaimed homebody, so she will be spending a lot of time with her husband, Kevin, at home, and she talked about doing some traveling as well. So thank you to Lori for all of her years of service to the district. Moving on to Linda Fodell. Organized, detailed, thorough, meticulous, and comprehensive are really just a few of the wonderful attributes of Linda Fodell. After Linda's appointment as a substitute instructional assistant, as well as a substitute secretary clerk back in the 2002-2003 school year, it took the district no time to realize what an asset Linda represented. And that led to her appointment as an instructional assistant in the learning support classroom at Southern Elementary School. Shortly thereafter, Linda received a transfer to a learning support instructional assistant role at Shrewsbury. In 2010, Linda's course changed a little bit with her interest to transfer to the position of building clerk at Shrewsbury Elementary. Linda excelled in this role, transitioning to the title of Administrative Assistant 2, which led to her eventual appointment to the position of Administrative Assistant 1 in January of 2022, in direct support to Dr. Dankowski, myself, and the rest of the team at Shrewsbury Elementary School. Linda consistently brought a tremendous degree of professionalism and stellar work ethic to every position, and we express much appreciation for her 20-plus years of dedicated service to the district. Now, if I know Linda, she loved her home projects, and we often talked about different home projects, especially in the summertime, and I would share my opinions with her of what I thought. And so I know in retirement, she's going to keep working on those home projects at home. And we just saw her the other day. She stopped back in. It was still good to see her. And finally, Melissa Taylor, better known as Missy Taylor, one of our dedicated third grade teachers. It was 29 and a half years ago that Missy started her journey as a warrior. And once on that path, she never looked back. 1992 was the year during which Missy started as a day-to-day substitute, which promptly transitioned to a permanent position in the 1994-1995 school year, and she's been sharing her instructional expertise ever since. Missy was on the forefront of peer collaboration, which has continued to this afternoon. She is not stopping. Missy let no grass grow under her feet. She was always looking for ways to help students and colleagues, especially in the areas of technology. Missy Taylor has devoted a professional lifetime to the betterment of each and every student, academically, socially, emotionally, and I personally, and we as a district, are better as the result of her years of dedicated service. Although Missy could not be with us this evening, I want to share her message, which speaks to her humility of spirit. I'm so honored that the district would like to recognize me. I'm touched and honored. And really, Missy, the honor's ours. Well, truly, we wish you the best in retirement, and we hope it's rewarding and fulfilling. In her retirement, believe it or not, she's already expressed wanting to come back and volunteer and read with students in different classrooms. I'm also sure she will be spending a lot of time with her grandson and granddaughter. So those are our 3 retirees at Shrewsbury Elementary. Thank you for all of your service. Linda, Lori.
Good evening. At Southern Middle School, we have 1 retirement, Mary Pedrick. Mary began her employment with the district in August of 2008 at Susquehannock High School as a main office clerk. In June of 2012, Mary transferred to Southern Middle School to the position of a 12-month office clerk, and then in July of 2017 to the position of Administrative Assistant 1. In December of this year, Mary retired from Southern Middle School. During her retirement, she spends time with her beloved grandchildren and family. Mary loves the beach and a good yard sale. So those who've had the privilege of crossing paths with Mary know that Mary always was positive. She smiled, she welcomed everyone who came through the door, and she was willing to help you with anything. Regardless of what you asked, Mary's response was always, absolutely, don't worry, we've got this, we'll take care of everything, and she would give a wave with her arm. For her 15-plus years of service and for all that she represents to our Warrior family, we really thank Mary for everything that she's done at Southern Middle School and Susquehannock, and we hope she continues to enjoy her retirement.
So the high school has 4 retirees. This year, we have 2 that were able to join us this evening. So I'm going to start with Sharon. Sharon was appointed to the position as a personal instructional assistant at Friendship Elementary in 2007. But she didn't just limit herself to the elementary schools. She has worked and progressed her way through middle school and high school for a second time in her life. And she has shared all her talents with all of her students. Our support staff, which include our personal care assistants and our paraeducators, are the very spokes that keep our district as wheels turning smoothly and safely and successfully. And Sharon is a much valued member of our support system. I have seen firsthand in our U.S. history class how Sharon supports and serves and promotes independence, encourages her students, inspires them, and she does it with great sensitivity and heart. After over 17 years as a Warrior staff member, Sharon will truly be missed both at the high school and in the district by everyone in our building, as well as the entire Southern family. And as a whole, we wish her absolute best in retirement. Our second individual that's here is Coach Steve Wiles. Some of you may know him, Mr. Wiles, who is a Susquehannock High School social studies teachers. Others know him as Coach Wiles. But regardless, Steve has represented and has been a true asset within our district, academically, instructionally, and athletically. Steve actually entered our doors as the head varsity coach while still working in another district. And the following year, in 2015-16, he joined our SHS faculty to join our social studies department. Both in his roles as an educator and a coach, Steve has exemplified our warrior expectations of being safe, respectful, responsible, and resilient. Steve's unique position and talent, both as a teacher and as a coach, have enabled him to extend lessons that learned in the classrooms onto the playing fields. The memories and lessons learned from Steve will remain with his students and his student athletes, and I have no doubt that those students who have had the privilege, and it's close to a little over 4,000 total students in over 30 years as an educator, will not only remember those lessons for him, but they'll pass them down to their children. And to me, that is probably one of the greatest signs of respect. So Steve spent 9 short years here with us, and he served over 30 in education. Steve, thank you for your service to the district and always modeling for us what it means to be a warrior. Our 2 other retirees who could not join us, first one is Mary Ann Rankin. Mary Ann began her time as a warrior in 2002 and has paralleled her path to some of our other colleagues, providing invaluable support through all instructional levels, from elementary to middle school and to finish at the high school. Mary Ann's nurturing approach ensures that our children that she works with feel safe, supported, and valued. She goes above and beyond to meet their needs, creating a positive and safe and caring environment so that they can thrive. On behalf of the last 20-plus years, as well as the several days yet to remain this week, we say thank you to Mary Ann for all that she has done and done for our district and our students. So thank you, Mary Ann. Last but not least, Grace Myers. It's safe to say that Grace has probably forgotten more about the history of Susquehannock High School in the Southern School District than most of us will ever know. Grace started with the district as a student and then came back to be an employee, and she began her employment in 1998, first as a bookkeeper in a tax office, and then during the 2002-2003 school year, she became one of our counseling office secretaries. In her role as an administrative assistant within the counseling office, Grace was involved in just about every aspect of the day-to-day logistics of running a high school, from scheduling to transcripts to greeting new students and their families as they came to the high school, all the way through the graduation process. She's embraced the role and had to embrace the role being a kind-hearted mother to some of our students, and at times, we all know that Grace had no problem dishing out the tough love when people needed that tough love. And for that, we were eternally grateful for her. Miss Grace, if you're listening, thank you for your 25 years of dedicated service to our district, and we wish you all the happiness in the next phase of your life with your grandchildren and your family. And while not on the script, so I'm going to steal a couple minutes or a second, I just want to say, while she's not retiring because she's moving on to new things, just want to say as principal, thank you to Caroline for sitting on the school board for the last 2 years and doing a fantastic job representing her peers. So thank you, Caroline.
Good evening. From the Operations and Maintenance Department, I have the pleasure tonight to honor John Wilson. John speaks softly and he's quiet, but I'll tell you, he's got a big sense of humor. So listen closely. John worked 33 and a half years for Southern York County School District. He started part-time at Friendship Elementary, and within a year and a half, became full-time at Friendship, and then in 2009, transferred to Southern Elementary. John retired this past December, but a couple things about John. He was the Susquehannock Alumni Spirit Award winner in 2012. The Susquehannock High School Alumni Spirit Award is presented each year to an individual who exemplifies outstanding school spirit for an extended period of time. It was well known that John would take vacation days, and you could tell where he was. He was in the stands of the football game, the basketball games. He was around our sports, and he, to this day, continues to support our teams. So it's a pleasure. It was my pleasure to be his supervisor, and Southern York County School District is a better place. because of John.
Your seat. All right. Anyone who was recognized, you're certainly welcome to stay, but if you want to take this moment to get up and leave, we can let you do that. Looks like everybody who wanted to did. All right. All right, item 5.02, thank you to Student Representative Caroline Dumm. So I wanted to thank you, Ms. Dumm, and recognize you for just 2 years of service to the board. A little gift on behalf of the whole board. And I can say sincerely on behalf of the entire board that we really do wish you the best as you move on to the next phase of life. So, thank you.
You did a great job,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
And Caroline, I have a resolution of commendation on behalf of the board. Whereas Carolina Dumm has faithfully and distinctively served in the role of student board representative for 2 consecutive years, and Caroline has positively represented Susquehannock High School and the Southern York County School District in leadership roles throughout her educational journey. And Caroline has also been an active and devoted member of the Susquehannock High School Theater Department, sharing stellar dramatics as well as musical performances. It is resolved that the Board of Education, as well as the York County School District, adds its recognition, gratitude, and admiration for the way in which Carolina Dumm has represented Susquehannock High School. Her dedication, leadership, and exceptional success as a student representative will serve as a role model for others. Given this day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, on the 16th day of May, 2024, and bear witness by the rest of the board members.
Thank you, everybody. It has been a real pleasure to get to be on this board. I have learned a lot, and I'm very fortunate that I get to take those skills on into my next phase of life. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, 5.03, presentation by Mr. Tom Templeton on potential culture and climate evaluation. And I'm going to pass out these handouts that we gave.
All right, there's a handout there for you. Thank you very much. I think we'll just have a few minutes to go over the document and then be able to answer any questions. First of all, I just, one of the ways to improve your culture and climate is doing exactly what you're doing. The way you're celebrating your people here and personalizing it. I'm in a lot of board meetings and I don't always see that. So that's just really nice how you do that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Mr. Henkel's reach out to me. He had talked about whether or not there's a possibility that I could potentially do some kind of organizational diagnostics of culture and climate. It's work that I do as a consultant throughout the state. I provide a series of products and services, consulting products and services for school boards and for leaders. And one of the things I do is focus groups and surveys. And to that end, I'll start with focusing your attention at the top of the document. Everything needs to come back to the mission. I know people look at mission statements as just these nice things, but I really try to focus in on the intentional work that I do with providing a quality learning environment that promotes character, fosters responsibility, and challenges students to achieve their potential. All of this needs to come back to that somehow, some way, directly or indirectly. The responsibilities of the board, I always like to in every talk that I do take just a minute to focus in on the key responsibilities of a board, which is planning, core values, setting policy, evaluating results. Even though those are only three things, there's a lot of subtext underneath all of that that can really help you influence your organization. So as we look at the possibility of a kind of a diagnosing organizational effectiveness, the methodology that you see here is, first, there's just a summary of kind of what organizational effectiveness is as it regards it being essential to the district's ability to implement strategy, manage change, create impact, and really kind of look at the overall health of an organization as perceived by the staff, administrators, and others, understanding there could be a difference between perception and perspective. Perception can be one thing, but placing someone's perception into perspective and context can be another. So it's important to kind of talk through those things as we do this, were you to move forward. 5-step process, starting by kind of collecting data. That's through surveys, participation in focus groups, and to really designed to look at the district's strengths, weaknesses, challenges. We all have those. And there's just a series of questions there that you can look at. These are certainly not final by any means. These are just things to kind of think about. Everyone clear on the mission, vision, goals, the strengths, the challenges, district culture, communications, collaboration, collegiality. What does the day of in a week, in a month look like in the life of a teacher, administrator? And really kind of just dig in a little bit and see how people see the district and how they view it. And then from there you go to step 2 through step 5. Step 2 would be to analyze those results. Now again, this is more diagnostic than evaluative. Diagnostic meaning you're looking at the system. Evaluative is more you're looking at people. This is where we're diagnosing the system. What do you see in the system that's really going well? What would you like to see maybe grow and improve? Some of the results of this could go into evaluations for the future. So you evaluate the data collection efforts to diagnose the district's core strengths and areas of growth. And then step 3 is really develop options and best practices. Where would you want to go with that information? You have this information in front of you. What do you do with it? Could you maybe make sure that it's memorialized into your strategic plan? I know you have a comprehensive plan that's kind of state-driven, big document. But do you want to put this into the strategic plan? Is this something that you want to have in evaluation instruments? Is it something for board goals? We can talk about how to take the information and actually use it in terms of developing options and best practices. Then you would move to implementation. Let's implement some of these things, and it seems like it makes sense to do so. And then from there, let's assess what were the results that we're getting from that implementation, and then let that cycle begin. So ultimately what it's designed to do then is really start to keep you moving toward your vision, which is a dynamic organization that will work in partnership with family and community and will continuously strive to develop productive, contributing, responsible citizens capable of meeting the global challenges of the future. That is extremely hard work to do, and to do well, and to do consistently over time. And it's just hard work to teach and administrate and to be sure that you're leading as board members today. So I come here under no illusions that this is, even though I'm giving you a quick 10-minute overview, that this is simple stuff. This is tough to do well and to do it consistently. So that would be kind of a process we would undertake. My job would be to learn as much as I possibly can about your district through reading as much as I can, and then working with the board and the administrators to the extent necessary, and with teachers, to see if you would want to walk through that type of process. So I'm open to any questions you have. I know you have an absolutely jammed agenda, but I'm certainly open to any questions you have that I'd be happy to answer, talk about any other factors involved in this.
What would, if we were to engage with you for this, what do you believe would be the ideal time to conduct something like this?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're coming up on summer. So I would think summer may be more in the planning phase, a lot of me kind of reading. I would say probably as we get into that September-October period, that would be my instinct. Certainly want to work with where the majority would be on it, but that would be my instinct. The summer being what it is, and I think letting people get back into school, get things going, focus on what they're doing, and then maybe bring that into play. That would be where I would think it would make the most sense. But I'm open to anything that you guys would want to do, but that's just top of my head.
else have
Any other
questions?
questions?
Our district is familiar with surveys.
Yep.
Where do you get your questions from surveys? How do you make those, particular to districts?
Great.
What is the methodology that you use?
Great
for
question.
that?
Well, I can look at standard questions, but to your point, you want to make them customized. So I want to sit down with you guys and say, hey, here's some questions that I'm looking at. Here's some topics and questions, but now what does that mean to Southern York County?
So you'll tailor it.
Yes, and I want us to work together to tailor it. This is not something that it's imposed, it's something that's developed through collaboration. So people feel very comfortable moving forward. And does this really get to the heart of what you're trying to tease out from your culture? Culture and climate being a little bit different, but yeah, that's how we would do that.
Okay, thank you.
So could you elaborate a little further into focus groups and, how they work and
Yes.
maybe how they're organized?
Yep, several different ways, but I'll just try to keep that brief. You can do it in terms of different staff groups. When I do a superintendent search, I like to sit down with teachers, administrators, Act 93, maybe central office, your support staff, and various groups like that, to let them have their individual time. Other times you can have maybe a focus group that's a mix of those, kind of representation from each of those as well. I like to do a fair number of focus groups. I think they really give a more three-dimensional look than a survey. Surveys are important informationally, but when you sit down and talk to people, you can have really good exchanges with them and do a lot more follow-up. So again, I bring a methodology that you would then choose from, but that's just a couple of examples. And to your student representative's point, good to have students involved. It's a good idea just to kind of, students, because they're kind of the consumer, so it's a good idea just to kind of see how they see it too. But really, we work it that way. Hope that helps.
I have a question.
Yes.
So we do the PDE climate survey.
Yes.
So explain to me how this would be different than that, or what in addition we would get to it. I did hear you make the distinction that you have a diagnostic that would be looking at the system versus evaluation, which would be looking at people. But just help us understand what we might get from this different than what we.
Yeah, good question. I don't know to the extent that I don't know right now if you would get something substantially different. I think where it may get a little different is in the focus groups. I mean, when I'm talking to people and you're really getting information extracted through conversations, that tends to be this is just my experience, much richer. But I don't know if I can tell you right now you're going to get X versus Y. But I do think that the comprehensive nature by which I come in and really try to sit down with a lot of people and go back through and try to make sure that I'm getting it right is thorough. So I would think and hope that it would be more customized. That's just my instinct.
What's generally the order? Survey, focus group, survey, or is it?
Yeah, I mean, if you asked me, I probably would start maybe with survey, because survey gives me kind of a macro assessment. And then I like to use that information to kind of inform how I have a conversation, which is then more of a micro assessment when you come in and talk to people and talk to focus groups. So that's probably the preferred method. Yeah. Thank you for that question. It's making me think now. I'm going to keep thinking about it.
Tom, a question for you. What role does the superintendent play in your process?
That would be completely up to the board, but I would say that certainly as part of the focus group conversations, I would want to be talking with administrators as well, including yourself. And you're also a 10th member of the team. But in terms of any other role, I would leave that up to the board.
You had said you do a lot of reading. So what types of things are you looking for when you start the process?
Yep, the first thing I like to do is, and I kind of like your website, I don't know if anybody else does, but I'm going to want to look at your comprehensive plan. I'm going to read that pretty thoroughly just to kind of get grounded in that. I do like to take a look at as much as I can on your budget, because sometimes the budget gives me a better understanding of culture than most people realize. As a matter of fact, the one thing I read, there was, I'll be very brief here, I'm trying to go too far, but one of the things that I read was within your budget was you recently, I guess, completed negotiations for your teachers. And within that, there was a statement saying that we intentionally worked on making sure our negotiations focused on retention and whatnot. There was a statement in there that was made. So I'm going to be looking at those kind of documents. I'll probably read some policy. I'll want to look at as much as I can, but those are the things I would certainly want to read. I like to look at superintendent evaluations. Not the evaluations, but just kind of the instruments. And I also like to look at the 000s of the policy manual, which is the board operating guidelines. So those are just some things, but I just try to immerse myself as much as I possibly can in the district, understand its culture before I even commit. And if there's any suggestions you would have on what I should read, I'd be happy to take that.
So I have a follow-up question.
Yep.
So just knowing what we do with PDE and that climate survey, and then the things that you are indicating that you would want to look at.
Sure.
I think one thing that I see that could be of benefit is what an action plan might look like. Helping us understand how we would actionize some of that information.
Sure. And I think that if there's information that comes out of the surveys, that one of the things that I try to do is say, is there a direct line of sight between things that come out of the surveys and focus groups and what could become priorities in the district, goals in the district, and then what do we do with those goals? Do they need to be a part of board training? Do they need to be a part of evaluation instruments? Where do we want to make sure they're memorialized so we are measuring those types of things? Again, with appropriate transparency, what could work, what couldn't work, but really taking something and once it's manifested into some sort of a target, how do we then make sure the target is being addressed and how do we measure it?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What's the cost of your services?
The cost of this would be $3,000.
And what would be your ultimate goal? What are you trying to reach here?
What would be my ultimate goal? Well, I think the ultimate goal would be to make sure that coming out of this, that there are deliverables that you would be able to take and make actionable in a way that you could see that could enhance your climate, enhance your culture, enhance your organization. So if there's things that come out, and I mean, let's say that there's some things come out that there needs to be more enhanced communication. I'm just making this up here for now. Well, okay. Do there need to be maybe some tweaks and enhancements to communication protocols throughout the organization that could be placed into evaluative processes, that could be placed into methods and methodologies that you would use to be sure you're delivering information out to your community, to your staff, et cetera. So that's just an example of something a topic that has been raised consistently through the process that then may be something you'd want to take action on, and what are some of the best practices around communication that school districts use. That would be just an example of something that I would hope would be a result of it.
So, if I can take apart one thing you just said, because you've done this for other districts, you would be bringing in practices they use.
I'm always
that
looking
you've seen
at best practices. I'm always looking at best practices in other school districts, correct, and best practices that I may have seen. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I will take this just might sound real simple, but tonight I just watched a really, really good way to recognize people. When I go to other school districts, I will highlight that, and I will let them know, look, I just saw a really good way to do it. That's a simple way, but if you go to the next level, yeah, I am always mining for what's the best practices that are out there, just so people can continue to learn from each other and grow.
What other local school districts have you worked at?
I've done this kind of work largely through superintendent searches, where I do focus groups and surveys, then put that into evaluation instruments for superintendents. So a lot of it has been done through that process, working with school districts in superintendent search processes where you do surveys and focus groups, then really try to take that information and make it actionable, usually through the evaluation process or practices that the board may want to use to enhance their work as a governing team. So I've done a lot of superintendent searches, and I've used this method as part of that.
But you haven't done these in any of the York schools, or?
Well, I've done a lot of searches in York schools. This is, a tad bit unique for York schools, correct.
How do you guarantee anonymity for focus groups and surveys?
Well, I mean, certainly, if people do not, if that's an upfront issue and a concern that somebody does not want to speak or doesn't want to have their name attached, certainly I can have private conversations if they would want that. But I don't take names and take role and attach names to comments. I'm really trying to look for trends, and overall, I try to keep the focus, again, on the system and on the information that's being shared with me, as opposed to trying to attach it to people. But if folks really do have strong feelings about anonymity, and sometimes that might be the case, then, you know, certainly if they would want to have a sidebar conversation or what have you, I would welcome that. I want to try to make sure that as people participate, they just feel comfortable, and whatever I can do to help that, I'll do it.
President Henkel, mind if I ask 2 questions? Tom, just following up on Mr. Alberman's question about what you've done for other districts. Have you specifically done a culture and climate evaluation for another district? I know you mentioned you've done the superintendent searches and evaluations. But have you done something specific to what has been explained here tonight in other districts? And if so, what districts have you utilized?
This specific thing in terms of culture and climate assessment would be unique. This would be the first time I've done it in that way.
Okay.
I've done a lot of culture and climate assessments in terms of using that information from focus groups and surveys
Okay.
to make it yes, correct. But this would be somewhat unique to that, correct.
And then going back to your timeline,
Yep.
you indicated that you would start this potentially in the fall, you know, September, October.
It's up to you.
What would be your time frame from start to final results to share back with the board and the community?
Fair question. I mean, I would think that that would probably go throughout the fall, so I would think that we would certainly be looking toward the beginning of that following year, maybe to have something done. I wouldn't hold myself necessarily to that, only because until I come in and talk with folks and really see kind of what their expectations may be.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, item 5.04, educational updates by Dr. Ruppert.
Thank you, President Henkel, School Board. Just some overall comments. I still can remember the start of this school year. We blinked, and now we're getting ready for the class of 2024 to walk across that stage in less than a week. It is true when they say time flies the older you get. Just wish it would start to slow down. Right, Jim? Right. Okay. All right. Kind of staying in line with my message previously, focusing on safety. As our main campus continues to transition with the new transition with the building project, and we continue to take safety measures as our top priority. New drop-off and pickup patterns have been established and working very well. I'd like to thank everyone involved in the thoughtful planning of everything that is occurring on campus. One thing is a reminder, please be sure you're obeying the speed, people are obeying the speed limits, et cetera, as you're going in and out of not just this campus, but Shrewsbury and Friendship. We not only have students still here, but there are athletics that are occurring here in the evenings. Under the supportive portion, congratulations to Harrison Maybon and Chloe Warner. They represent Susquehannock at the PMEA All-State Orchestra and Concert Band. Harrison qualified for the All-State Festival, placing 4th out of 16th in first violins. Harrison attended the All-State Festival in Erie, PA on Wednesday, April 17th through the 20th. Congrats to Harrison. Congratulations goes out to the following middle school students for the participation in the PMEA District 7 String Fest on April 27th. The 5 students were among 94 other 7th and 8th grade students from the surrounding counties, and the concert took place at Central Dolphin Middle School. So congratulations go out to Allie Nauf, Jay Kraus, Cato Wynn, Layla, let me get this right, Almo Pariola, there you go, I spaced it out there, and Natalie Schanberger. Dr. Bryson and I had the privilege of attending many of the events over the last month. I want to take a moment to recognize all the students that participated in the concerts, as well as those recognized at the elementary school board recognition, as well as Dr. Bryson referenced earlier, about the National Junior Honor Society at the middle school. Huge thank to all the parents, relatives, friends that packed the auditoriums. Your support is truly appreciated. Under the collaborative culture, on April 23rd, the U.S. News Report released their 2024 Best High School in America report, which provided statistical analysis of all the U.S. high schools. The ranking system is based on the following: the percentage of students that took at least one AP exam, percentage of students who passed at least one AP exam, mathematical proficiency, reading proficiency, science proficiency, and graduation rate. The status then ranked were used in the following categories: career readiness, college curriculum, state assessment proficiency, state assessment performance, and graduation rank. Our overall score for the year was an 88.93 out of 100. So at Southern Susquehannock High School ranked out of over 25,000 schools nationally, 1,954. Now please keep in mind, that also includes academies, charter schools, and magnet schools, okay? 74th in Pennsylvania out of 656. Number 1 in York County out of 13. And the rankings place our high school in the top 10 in the nation and top 11% in the Commonwealth. Though these report rates to high schools throughout the country, we know that this is a result of our K-12 system. Our elementary schools provided this foundation for our students, while the middle school provided an expansion upon the foundation and providing them opportunities, academic opportunities, and to continue to shape their challenge and learning. Our high school provided the students the ability to focus on their interests and continue with our goal to prepare our students to be college and career ready. The data utilized to calculate these ratings go back several years. Therefore, it is not something that just happened overnight. I wanted to thank all of our faculty and staff for this recognition. It's a truly deserved, and I hope we continue to strive to be the best district in the county and beyond. Seeing if he's hiding out there. Just a couple reminders. I'm going to be like Caroline. I don't have many. But Caroline, thank you for 2 amazing years. Sitting across from you for my first 2 years, I've learned a lot in my role. But I appreciate you always setting the tone with all the events, because it gave me time to check off what I had on, and then Dr. Bryson the same thing. So we wish you the best in your future endeavors, and you've made us Warrior proud, so thank you. Graduation's next Thursday, right? You ready? All right, and we are really looking forward to the class of 24 to walk across the stage and receive their diplomas. Let's all hope for some awesome weather so we can be outside. In closing, I would like to make a final comment. Over the last month, I've received notification that 2 of our principals were resigning their positions to embark on new careers in education. Though this news was a big blow to me in the district, I know their decisions were based on what they believed they needed in their careers. I want to publicly thank Mary Dankowski for many years of service in the district as a teacher, assistant principal, and principal at Shrewsbury Elementary. You truly put your heart into everything you did. Working all those years with you was an honor, and I learned so much from you. Your school continued to excel academically, and your leadership contributed to our U.S. News ranking. I'll never forget the many unique Spirit Days and always anticipating what your building was going to do next to positively impact your school. I want to wish you the best in your transition in your new position next school year. You'll be missed. Finally, I want to thank Dr. Mullen for his service to the district as a high school assistant principal and high school principal in our district. Dr. Mullen provided the vision and direction that put our high school on the map. He continued to focus on research-based instruction that had a major impact on the overall success of our high school. His team-centered approach clearly had an impact on the growth of his faculty and staff. His attention to detail and collaborative focus on the high school building project also helped us prepare our district for 2024 and beyond. His never-ending smile well, maybe I'm exaggerating that a little bit, will be missed. But Kevin, you'll truly be missed by all. I want to wish you the best in your luck as you transition your youth career, in your new educational career. Go Cowboys. So that's all I have. So to close things out, so let's make it the last great week of school or not. The choice is yours.
Thank you. Before we move on, I did receive a request, and I think this would be appropriate, for us to observe a moment of silence for the family of Dakota Dixon. So, thank you. All right, moving on to public comment. Just as a quick reminder, after I call your name, make sure you come up and state your name and municipality of residence. I do need to address a few things because for several meetings now, it has become increasingly evident with the behavior of some commenters that if some of our students are having trouble following the rules, one doesn't need to look far to find some of the examples that they may be imitating. So I'm going to take some time right now to set expectations. Policy 903, public participation in board meetings, exists to permit fair and orderly expression of public comment on educational issues. In order to support this goal of fair and orderly expression, the policy states, among other things, that public participation shall be permitted during the portion of the board meeting reserved for public comment. In case it is unclear, this implies that it is not permitted during other portions of the meeting. Calling out during other portions of the meeting will not be permitted. Each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes. Speakers shall direct all comments to the presiding officer. No speaker may address or question board members individually. Speakers will not be permitted to make slanderous remarks about a board member, employee, or student. Profane language will not be tolerated. A speaker will be ruled out of order and denied the privilege of continuing to speak for violating this. Courteous and proper decorum during a presentation will be required. Now, unfortunately, courteous and proper decorum seem to be particularly difficult concepts for certain commenters, so I'm going to spell out a few items. In case it is unclear, this requirement applies to the speaker as well as anyone else in the room. Hollering, jeering, clapping, and other raucous behavior do not fall within this description. Failure to abide by this requirement will result in being ruled out of order and being denied the privilege of speaking. Comments must be made from the podium. And although it is likely unusual to need to refer to anyone by name, when doing so, refer to them by a proper honorific, such as Mr., Mrs., or Ms., and their last name or title. For example, Mr. Wilson or Mr. Treasurer. A first name may also be included if necessary to disambiguate. I would also remind those present that this board is well within its rights to establish rules of conduct and to remove those who disrupt meetings through repeated violations of the rules of conduct. All right, so our first commenter, Val Dennis.
Good evening. I'm Val Dennis from Shrewsbury Township. This evening on my way home from substitute teaching, our exchange daughter from Moldova gave me a call. And it struck me as I hung up later that in Moldova, the average yearly income for a family is $3,000. And typically a parent needs to work 6 months in another place to be able to afford food and to be able to afford education. And I thought about the fact of how much each of us forget to be grateful. The beautiful area we live in, the sunset is going down over there. Our neighbors, all of them. Our teachers who we just welcomed, our administrators, and all those we live with in this community. I will also say that I believe for multiple reasons in the separation of church and state, and yet the door has been opened. It was brought up in a meeting that Jesus loves everyone, and I absolutely believe that. I'm here because of that. And I absolutely believe that Jesus would welcome Hindus, Muslims, Buddhists, all races, all ethnicities. And that's what we're here for, to absolutely welcome everyone. So I hope that we'll continue to think about that as we work together and to look logically and rationally and communicate as compassionately and empathetically as we can with each other in this community. I thank you for the conversations that we're having about questions and solutions. I ask that you please focus, from my perspective in 35 years in education, on 4 of the primary challenges in education: personal responsibility and accountability, respect, cell phones, parenting styles. There is an enormous amount of us versus them, and we can each do better. Us versus them doesn't work well for any of us about anything. Please keep the current practice of arranged and announced classroom visits. Please do not vote for visiting classrooms unannounced and unaccompanied. School staff do not need this kind of added stress and distraction, or the students. This idea literally makes my heart race, knowing the stress that already faces our teachers for so many reasons. Please use the lawyers that we have, and do not add additional lawyers. I know that you want school reform. I do too. It's constant. I've served on school improvement teams and led them for years. I've run culture and climate surveys for years. As he mentioned, change is not easy. I've taken graduate classes in school law. I have worked with school law. Lawyers and lawsuits have rarely made lasting changes in education and nearly always create backlash sooner or later. Lawsuits often deeply damage school funding and the climate and culture of our schools. Fear of potential lawsuits often prevent rational solutions and create additional challenges. Admin are too often reduced to putting out fires and legal challenges rather than actual school improvement in any kind of school. There is no magic for school improvement. It takes hard work, as he said, and rational conversation. Yesterday I saw a sticker on a car that said, "Hey, Snowflake, shut up, stop whining, and get a life." I smiled because I feel like both sides and all sides and a whole lot of people are losing their marbles, and that is not good for any of us. While some may absolutely see me as a snowflake, I have not melted. I absolutely believe in expectations and responsibility. I am still talking, I'm not whining, and I do have a life. My life has been and will continue to be about education for all students and preparing them for their future adult lives. Some say let's avoid politics. I so wish we could with regard to schools. Politics, religion, social challenges, and education have become so intertwined that now we have the task of finding our way through. We seem to be debating education on social media, in separate groups, with yard signs, flags waving from trucks, bumper stickers, and sometimes skeletons. We can choose to admit that this is not working well. I will continue to show up this summer and beyond at the Mason-Dixon Diner, unless I can't, like when my parents' plumbing burst during the 95th birthday celebration, or the other day after I AP proctored a test, which most of us have no idea about test preparation, the logistics that takes for our staff, and how much goes into all that. The teachers shared with me an amazing amount of comments. I have a whole list that I'll email you to because I'm going to run out of time. But I forgot to come to the diner because I was so thinking about all the things they told me. The last thing teachers need is unannounced visits. Please choose to use the current procedures. Thank you so much, and I'll email the rest.
Thank you. Mrs. Dana Roush?
Sorry, I have to use a chair. Okay. Hi, my name is Dana Roush. I'm with Cadorus Township. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. If there's anything that I say that is not okay, just please let me know in advance. Good evening to everyone. I am here tonight to advocate for the families within our district. I would like to read some statements from families who have reached out who have been severely impacted by the schools. Here are some of the parents' statements. The school has traumatized my child. I had to get medical attention for both of my children because of how admin treated them. The same issues within the district are being handled completely differently, no uniformity. My child was not provided a proper investigation. My child has been retaliated against from admin as well as the family. My child was wrongly accused, and come to find out the info I was told by admin was false. I was notified by a parent that my child was questioned, not by the school. There was no proof, only allegations. School admin is underqualified or maybe not caring, not wanting to deal with certain issues and behaviors, and it has caused me to have to resign from my job. A family member sent an article on children, their ages, and why they may say or be afraid to tell the truth or fabricate things. This is coming from a teacher. I had to stay close to school while my child was there so they would feel safe. My child's grades dropped because they were so upset by the way the school handled their concerns. More often than not, it is the victim of the bullying who gets punished because they have been pushed to their breaking point. We have had a terrible experience all year. It's a hot mess. I've spoken with many parents that have had the same issues. It is an admin that refuses transparency, lies to the parents, and refuses any kind of accountability for their actions or inactions. My problem is with the way the admin handles things. Tries to hide behind laws they don't understand, refuses to communicate simply because they seem to be afraid of confrontation. These are from students. These are now student comments. The admin talks in circles, backtracks their statements, and lies. I don't know why admin is getting mad at kids for not defending me. Isn't that their job? I do not want to go to school because of what admin did and how they questioned me. Admin kept asking the same question over and over and asked if I wanted to change my answer. They kept leaning in and getting close to my face. I didn't like it. It is not right to miss out on opportunities because the school mishandled things. I am not going to report anything anymore. They don't do anything, so why even bother? Do I need to make my situation go viral for the school to act on it? Why won't the school do anything when other students are telling me to kill myself? I do not feel safe at school. The school admin does not care about me. This is from a police officer as well as a pediatrician. School needs to take action for all bullying. A parent should be called, especially in the elementary level when questioned. This is from a student's family member who is also a lawyer. And loco parentis does allow education administration to question students. However, it is unethical to do so if they are asked to stop or if a parent is requested. This is from a parent liaison who is also a charge nurse for adolescent psychiatric unit. Admin is dismissing students, which is having a huge impact on them. I have seen what can happen to children who have not been provided a supportive and safe environment at school. It can only be extremely negatively life-altering or even life-ending. A child's feelings should never be clearly dismissed, as I have witnessed. This is the worst thing an education professional can do to a child, and I feel it should be addressed immediately. The following statements is what we should be striving for. We have policies, they must be enforced by everyone equally. Clear boundaries and repercussions and enforcement across the student body has to happen. All bullying is wrong. Discouraging it needs to be a joint effort between the district, the parents, and the student. It takes a village. As a district admin myself, we need to do better and train the admin better. The statements from the district needs to hold true. Unless you want to deal with the most important issue of all, which would be having a child in the SYCSD community becoming another statistic. Like Sammy, a 10-year-old boy in Indiana who just committed suicide because the school did not take him seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ashley Morrison.
Ashley Morrison, Shrewsbury. I'd like to speak to two items tonight. First, I wanted to follow up on the school board director visitation policy. Listening to the other speakers last month, it seemed the main concerns included the visits could be unannounced, notification to the principal was not required, the number of visits allowed per week, entering and disrupting during class instruction, and that the directors do not require being escorted. I did read the revised policy that was posted as part of tonight's agenda and was hoping that the revisions would reflect the concerns voiced by the community, but as I read through, it just brought up more questions for me. So based on the revised policy, I'd like to walk through each concern. I did see that the concern around notifying the school in advance was addressed on page 2, yet how much notification is required was not indicated. So does this mean that a school board member could notify the school with minimal time, wanting and expecting to visit a school within a half an hour? That needs to be clarified. In regards to the number of visits, the revised policy now states, quote, "The number of all school director-initiated visits by the board will not exceed 10 visits per week," end quote. I'm assuming this is for the collective board and not each director. If so, could one director utilize all 10 visits? How's that going to be tracked? Either way, as mentioned at the last meeting, this seems a bit excessive. For the next concern, I was glad to see that there was clarification around entering a classroom. That's on page 3. But it only specifies when a director is unescorted. So if the director is escorted, is there an intention to enter the classroom? Could they ask whoever they're being escorted by, can I go in there? And then that person might feel pressured to say, yeah, you can go in. The final concern was around directors walking around unescorted during their visits that, keeping in mind, could last up to a half a day. The necessity for being unescorted still hasn't really been explained, especially since the intention of these visits, which was very clear because it was mentioned multiple times, is to observe the environment. So it's hard to see if that's being hindered, how the observations would be hindered whether you're escorted or not. And then this brings me to my final question regarding the policy. If the intention is to only observe the environment, then why is it necessary to have one-on-one conversations with students, as mentioned on page 3? I acknowledge that I just asked quite a few questions, but I think it's important to provide clarification around the wording of the policy. Second, I want to address the board discussing the idea of retaining the ILC. The proposition of retaining ILC and seeing what they have to say on a number of issues was brought up as something as benign, just free counsel with no downside. I don't necessarily agree with that. When pushed further on what issues the board wanted to speak to the ILC about, athletics and parental rights were mentioned. For any of us who have followed what is going on in other schools that have retained the ILC, we know what that means when it comes to athletics. They are known for their anti-transgender policies. And while the board may say that they just want to listen to what they have to say, there's something called perception. I think that was actually mentioned by Tom. I swear I didn't talk to him earlier. According to a recent study conducted by the Human Rights Campaign that surveyed 13,000 LGBTQ plus teenagers covering all 50 states and DC, compared to their non-LGBT plus peers, LGBT plus youth reported much higher rates of depression, anxiety, and lower self-esteem. I just want to read some additional information from the HRC report. Quote, "Prior research has found that student athletes report lower levels of anxiety and depression, higher levels of self-esteem and self-confidence, and better grades, and higher levels of academic performance. Participation in school clubs, art programs, and other extracurricular activities have similarly been linked to improved peer social support, academic performance, and positive youth development. Both sports and extracurricular activity participation are associated with school connectedness, which in turn is associated with reduced risk behaviors, higher grades and graduation rates, and lower levels of suicide and poor mental health," end quote. If we already know that LGBTQ plus teens are more vulnerable to depression and anxiety, then how do you think it's going to make them feel knowing that their school board, who should be supporting all students, is seeking to retain the ILC, who is known for its anti-LGBTQ plus policies? I am greatly concerned that this board is following the playbook of so many other local school districts, and we've already seen that the outcome has not been favorable for the communities.
Thank you. Ms. Steph Musser.
Good evening. My name is Steph Musser. I'm an alumni and parent, and my family lives in Codorus Township. As a lifelong resident of this community, I have fond memories of our town and my childhood here. My family attended Fissel's Church, just down the road. I look forward to the annual summer picnic every year and love listening to Brobeck's band perform. My Sunday school teachers instilled responsibility for my community and respect for my neighbors. That's why I was so disappointed to hear about an incident at Fissel's Church on Election Day 2023. I'll preface what I'm about to say by sharing that I'm telling the story with the permission of this student and her family. I will not use any names. A 14-year-old student was handing out literature at the polls with her mom when a supporter of the SYC Conservatives got inches from her face, shouting and spitting at her and threatening her safety. Even more upsetting, one of the male school board members sitting in this room looked on and did nothing. In that moment, he made a choice. He chose politics over a student's safety. That vote was more important to him than the children he was pledging to serve. Weeks later, he entered this same student's classroom for a visit. The child was still upset, trying to come to terms with what had happened to her. The same male school board member approached the female student and put his arm around her without her permission. In that moment, she froze, unsure what to do. This was an adult male in a position of authority over her. Could she say no and tell him he wasn't allowed to touch her without her permission? With her family's support, she sought counseling to help her work through this traumatic experience and this second violation of her personal bodily autonomy. This school board continues to choose politics over student safety. Your number one priority after being sworn in last December was to reinstate a mascot over the protests of students who told you that the mascot was sparking intensified racial bullying. In the months that followed, a spate of racial bullying erupted in our schools. Now, in the guise of supporting teachers and protecting students, you're requesting unprecedented access to our students and classrooms. You have already broken the students' trust and the community's trust with your politically motivated actions, and it won't end there. The retention of the Independence Law Center signals your interest in violating the safety of our LGBTQ students as well, all at the direction of the PAC that bought your votes before you were elected to the school board. You're sending a clear message. Only straight, white students are welcome and deserving of respect in our school community. While you have the right to personally hold these beliefs, you don't have the right to craft school board policies that align with them. It's a violation of state and federal law. And it's not just that you're choosing politics over our students' safety. Let's examine your other campaign priorities from your website. You choose politics over fiscal responsibility. In December, as newly elected board members, you added an item to the agenda without the prior notice of the community, exposing the board to a potential violation of the Sunshine Act. Through a right-to-know request, I learned that the attorney's fees to attempt to justify this choice and subsequently cure it are nearly $3,000. And additionally, the school had to settle the case in the amount of $2,000. Now you want the taxpayer to foot the bill for a $10,000 survey to tell us what everybody already knows. Our teachers and parents don't feel comfortable giving you unlimited access to our classrooms. You choose politics over transparency. The SYC Conservatives pledged to spend no money on the return of the old mascot, but not only did you cost the community $5,000 by adding it to the December board meeting, you buried the court settlement in the consent agenda and didn't disclose the additional attorney's fees either. So much for the transparency you pledged to bring our community. And finally, you chose politics over parental rights. Instead of engaging parents on the school board policy, you're engaging the PA Economic Growth PAC. Because clearly, a dark money political organization should have more of a say in how our school is run than the taxpayers or parents sending their kids here. That's why I'm standing here again today. Because someone needs to demand that you finally choose to keep your promises. Please choose student safety for all students. Choose fiscal responsibility. Choose transparency. And choose to respect all parents' rights, not just the ones that voted for you. Our community deserves better. Thank you.
Ms. Katie Weber-Poe?
This week, I'm from Glen Rock, I always forget to say that. This week, at my son's elementary school, we experienced a tremendous loss. One of our students lost their battle with illness. And like a large stone crashing into a still pond, grief, that point of impact, it's painful, disorienting, and chaotic. And it ripples throughout the community, leaving us all shook. I hold that family in my heart and the impossible pain as they navigate through this loss. Grief always leads me into contemplative prayer around the nature of life and the nature of loss. And prayer to me is a sacred, private, personal relationship between me, my trusted loved ones, and the Creator. I don't participate in prayer when I don't have trust in community. I can't trust in the board members whose cruel actions in resurrecting the racist mascot are causing harms to people in our community. I can't trust board members who want to change visitation policies so that they have unfettered access to my children for their own political agenda. I can't feel safe in a community where their board members align themselves with questionable organizations that seek to establish bigoted policies in our schools. My beliefs around prayer align more with Matthew, as he instructs followers in Matthew 6:5 to pray at home with your family and not boastfully in public. He describes that as hypocritical, and I tend to agree with him. That's how I understand prayer in my relationship to Creator, divinity, God, the universe. That's mine, and that's how I see it. And we all have the right to have our own beliefs. And that's why the Establishment Clause is so important. I don't have the right to put my beliefs and understanding and my boundaries around prayer and faith onto someone else, and nor does someone have that right to put that on me. Yet when I see board members cozying up to groups like the ILC, who seem to have made it their mission to attack the Establishment Clause, it worries me. To use their misguided interpretation of Scripture to influence their harmful, bigoted policies that do real damage to children in real time. I know that they do harm, because these policies have already done harm to children in and around York. They have harmed children that I've worked with. I am tired of writing safety plans for children who feel that the world is so hostile towards them that they believe that their only answer is to take their own life. I am tired beyond the telling of it. I am aware that my words might not have a lot of impact, but I will not be silent. Because silence is compliance, and I will not be complicit in this. But for tonight, for now, I'm going to go home, and I'm going to hold my children, and I'm going to tell them how much I love them and how much joy they bring to me in my life, just from their very mere existence. And that will never change, no matter how they grow through life, however they learn to understand themselves, however they learn to be in the world, they will always have my love and acceptance, bottom line, period. And I will fight for them whenever I can and however I can. And I suggest that we all do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leanna Fieser?
Leanna Fieser, Shrewsbury Township. Matthew Shepard, Elijah McLean, Trayvon Martin. Remember those names? Maybe you remember them better by the reasons they died. F word, R word, N word. Let me backtrack. As candidates, 5 current board members ran as a coalition. In exchange for money, they made a pledge with the PA Economic Growth PAC, which included a promise to, quote, replace the solicitor if he didn't reflect representation of the board, end quote. After being elected, the Director of Education from the PA Economic Growth PAC invites board members, but not too many members, lest they have to make details of the meeting public per the Sunshine Act, to a meeting where she refers them to the Independence Law Center, 4 lobbyist lawyers funded by the Pennsylvania Family Institute, also known as the Evangelical Council for Financial Accountability. And here we are tonight, awaiting the retention of the ILC. What do they say? Follow the money? Anyway, the ILC is a law firm that specializes in drafting anti-LGBTQ, anti-DEI, and anti-book policies. By engaging with them, you are sending a clear message, and it is not one of support to our marginalized students, our F words, our R words, our N words. I'm going to use my clout as the mother of 1 gay son and 1 bisexual son to speak on why we, the parents of LGBTQ students, are effing terrified at the prospect of the ILC informing any decisions about our schools and students. There are people in this district and even on this board who see my kids as sinners and the way they love a sin. There are people in this district and even on the school board who equate homosexuality with pedophilia, who think transsexuals are mentally ill and rapists. That is, when they're thinking of them as people at all. When you seek counsel from the ILC to, for example, draft a blanket policy banning trans girls from girls' sports, you take an extremely complicated issue and stop seeing the very real children at the core of it, and instead reduce them to its, affirming the attitudes of hate and judgment that they already face. When I say I'm effing terrified, it's because when a student says they're going to use the pride flag for target practice, how long is it before the joke isn't a joke and the flag isn't enough of a thrill? How long before my son, the F word, is the next Matthew Shepard? Or Rachel's son is the next Elijah McClain? Or Sierra's son is the next Trayvon Martin? How are we supposed to feel anything other than effing terrified when you want to bring in the people that draft the policies that condone the hate? When you seek counsel from the ILC to, for example, restrict books by LGBTQ and Black authors and about LGBTQ and Black people, you send the clear message of which voices are not welcome in our district. Of course, when you hear from multiple students and parents of the racial bullying and harassment they receive, and you decide you need to see it for yourselves and so create overreaching policies that both parents and teachers find troubling, instead of just believing what they've told you over and over is true, we already see which voices matter to you and which are not to be trusted. But here's the kicker. According to many parents, it is you all who are not to be trusted. Maybe it's because they've seen you berate a student, or stand by while someone else did, or get belligerent with other adults, or show blatant repeated disrespect toward others, or support falsehoods spouted by your puppets because they suit your narrative, or who knows why. There's a lot out there about all of you. You want the right to speak to our kids one-on-one? You have the audacity to create policy that specifically gives yourselves the ability to do that? You have a long road ahead of you in earning that trust. Maybe the ILC can help you redraft that policy yet again in a way that it won't get your dirty laundry aired out in a court of law. F word, R word, N word, or Matthew Shepard, Elijah McClain, Trayvon Martin. Working with the ILC tells us what you see when you look at our babies, and it tells us what we see when we look at you.
Ms. Peggy Kopp?
I'm Peggy Kopp, and I'm New Freedom Borough, and I'm speaking tonight to express my opposition, as did many parents, to the retaining of the Independence Law Center as special counsel to provide our board in the drafting of policy. And since the April meeting, there have been no specifics provided to the community about the types of policies, other than the vague mention of athletics. But again, given that the ILC lobbies for the PA Family Institute and has already advised multiple York County schools districts on controversial policies related to library materials, gender bathroom use, athletic restrictions for trans students, and pronoun use in the classroom for trans and non-binary students, I think it's reasonable to assume that these are the types of policies that will be discussed. I hope we can all agree that we do want our schools to be a place where students feel valued, where they feel safe, where they feel free to discover who they are and to thrive as such. I oppose the retaining the ILC because I believe that they have zero interest in helping our school community to achieve that goal. Rather, the policies that they have helped other districts draft restrict student access to diverse voices and experiences and seem to specifically target LGBTQ youth, as we've heard tonight. Two areas that I've seen the ILC has been involved with drafting policy in other districts include the participation of transgender students in sports and the use of pronouns in classrooms for transgender and non-binary students. And first, I wanted to address the concept of policies regarding transgender students in sports. Denying these students the opportunity to participate in sports that align with their gender identity not only perpetuates discrimination, which we say we're against, but also potentially denies them the chance to experience the physical, the mental, and the social benefits that sports do offer. It also is a platform for inclusivity, for teamwork, and personal growth, and it should not be a tool for exclusion and marginalization. From my observations, most policies seem to be particularly geared toward restricting trans girls from playing on girls' sports teams. I do understand that this is a very nuanced issue and that many people have not yet made up their minds as to where they stand on the issue. I still have a lot of questions myself. However, as a teacher, I work with trans students every day. And what I do know without a doubt is that these are just kids. Like any other kid. They're no more, they're no less. They have the same fears, they have the same hopes, they have the same need for friendship, for belonging, for participation, for understanding, for guidance. They're kids who belong to our community, and we are responsible for them. By inviting an outside lobbying group with a clear agenda, and yet not inviting our trans kids and their parents and other community members into the conversation, we're sending a damaging message of exclusivity and potentially leaving our trans students more susceptible to harassment. As a teacher, I'm also particularly troubled by policies, such as the one adopted recently in a district in York County that allow an educator to refuse to use a student's preferred pronoun. I know from firsthand experience that the use of preferred pronouns in the classroom for trans or non-binary students is of utmost importance to them. It is everything. It's just a matter of basic respect and dignity for the student. It's not always easy, and I often make mistakes. But I know that those students, in my conversations with them, they know, and I know that I respect their choice, I respect their identity, even when I don't always understand. I do know that to fail to acknowledge and affirm a student's gender identity creates an environment where the trans and non-binary students feel invalidated and unsupported. It leads to feelings of isolation, anxiety, depression. I believe that as an educator, every student deserves to feel safe and accepted in their learning environment. And denying them this basic acknowledgement only serves to further marginalize an already vulnerable population. I know we haven't retained or voted to retain the ILC this evening, and you haven't been clear about what policies you're looking to have them advise you on. But I would really urge you to consider, again, that these are kids. These are middle school kids, these are high school kids, these are elementary kids. They just want to be a kid. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Salvatore Lamaro.
All right, good evening, members of the board, administration, and staff. Salvatore Lamaro, Shrewsbury Borough. I'm a longtime listener, first-time speaker, so I've had ample opportunity to hear many of the board meetings. I wanted to start by telling you I've been disheartened by the lack of support, attentiveness, and understanding towards our main voice of the students. There have been multiple board meetings where the voice is not heard or just dismissed. I could count on a number of occasions where what was said didn't matter and conversations continued as if the representative didn't speak or were talked over. None of you would be in your positions to include the board, administration, and staff if it weren't for the students of this district. We're here for them. We need to listen to them, understand them, and we need to empower them. I learned earlier this evening that the voice is for just the upper level. It probably would be nice if we had lower level representation in that student body as well, or somehow where they could connect it. I was once told it's not about your present position, but your trajectory and final destination. And I see our trajectory as horizontal and not upward. I'm a person who finds solutions when I see a problem, deficit, or issue. Our students need us. I've heard it in the meetings, I've seen it while teaching in classrooms and volunteering in the school. And what better way to support them and some of their needs is by finding solutions. They may not always be the perfect fit, but it's something. In a recent meeting with my job, I discovered that Pennsylvania recently passed legislation in 2022. It was enacted last summer, and it would award schools and school districts and/or the designation of a Purple Star school. I emailed everybody. Hopefully everybody had the opportunity to read the email and look through the material. I've spoken with several principals and staff already about this designation and being part of this program. And I have a meeting next week with the administration to further discuss how our district can be recognized. A Purple Star school is a school or district that supports military-connected students of members of the armed forces, to include the National Guard and Reserves. Well, how would this help students, you may be asking yourselves, given recognition to the school and district? Well, if awarded, the program comes with abundance of additional resources, not only financially, but physically. Resources such as additional counselors for mental health, classes from outside entities on ways to cope with anger, loss, absentee parents, or training for the staff. This would help lift the burden on our current paraprofessionals and have a direct impact on our students, not just the military-connected students. As I work with the administration and we meet, I could provide an update and a proposal for the board in moving forward. Additionally, in my research, I found many more opportunities for our district to take part and be recognized for efforts that not only benefit our students, but also our staff. Why are we not taking advantage of these grants and programs that are out there? I even found a program that we do receive a grant for currently in the Safe Schools Initiative, but that we are not taking advantage of the additional funding that's available there. Mr. President, you have the power, in accordance with the board policy manual, to create an ad hoc committee to this board. This would be a perfect opportunity for the purposes of benefiting the students in the district to do so. I don't mind chairing this committee as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nicole Hammond.
Good evening. I'm Nicole Hammond. I'm here tonight as a parent to honor and thank Dr. Mullen. I know it'll happen with the administration and the staff later, but for his decade of leadership at Susquehannock. Before I begin, though, Dr. Ruppert, as much as I respect and appreciate you, I will have to defend Dr. Mullen and our love of football, so go Eagles.
Okay.
In my long professional career as both a classroom teacher and a yearbook journalism educator, I have worked for and with dozens of principals. There have been some who've made my job fun and challenging, some who left me feeling unsupported and unappreciated. And I will say without reservation or any hyperbole that if I were to go back into the classroom, it would only be to work for him. Thank you also for being the first person to show a little emotion, so I don't feel bad about it. It has been my pleasure to work with him on the principal's advisory and to sit on hiring committees with him. Dr. Mullen fosters collaboration between parents, students, faculty, and the administration. He truly listens to all of our concerns. When he asked for the advisory's help to figure out how to mitigate some of the students' mental health issues related to academic expectations, we pointed out that the grading scale was likely putting undue pressure on them And we mentioned that it hadn't always been a 7-point scale. He jumped to action, forming a committee to compare our grade and weight scales with those of similar systems, talking to the students for their feedback, and looking at how to integrate and make a new grading system work with Sapphire. We were very thankful for his swift action as well as his support for changing the system. And this is just one example of many of the ways that he has listened to us. He also cares about his students, and he champions the activities and the causes they support. When he gave advisory members a tour of the renovation before school started last summer, we exclaimed over so many of the details. And to almost every one of our comments, he replied, "That was the student's idea." It gave him so much pride to show off how their vision came to life. He shows up for them. Whether it's officiating at Powder Puff, using the Jaws of Life with the EMT class, or finding a way for theater parents to see their students perform in person, just like the athletes' parents during a global pandemic. His answer to almost every request is, "Let me see what we can do about that." And it's not a platitude. He follows through. He demonstrates true servant leadership. He does not ask his staff to do anything that he himself is not doing, even teaching classes while being a full-time administrator. He has earned the respect and admiration of the men and women who work for him, and he makes them want to be better. He values the opinions, experience, and expertise of others and is willing to pivot when shown a better way. It's heartbreaking that he won't be here to see the entire high school renovation completed or to confirm my son's diploma in 2 years. But I thank him for the amazing work he has done for our students and our district, especially to move us to #1 in the county and in the top 10% in the entire nation. He leads, and will continue to, with integrity, humor, heart, and more than a little bit of eye rolling. I also want to thank the district administration for presenting Dr. Sterner as the new high school principal, and I would like to offer him my wholehearted support, as I appreciate his great sense of humor and his advocacy for the students. I know that he is respected by them and by his peers, and I believe he is perfectly positioned to carry on the legacy of excellence and to foster the same cooperative and collaborative atmosphere we've been blessed to see grow during Dr. Mullen's tenure.
Thank you. Mr. Brad Redahan.
Good evening, Brad Renahan, Shrewsbury Township. Mr. President, I'd like to thank the board for their guidance on the budget and that there will be no tax increase. That's a welcome relief for the taxpayers on the current economy that we are all experiencing. I'd like to thank Susan Green and Trevor Carrington for their hard work on behalf of the taxpayers of the district. I'd also like to ask Mrs. Green later to explain so that the public understands that you follow the direction given to you by the board of the directors, and it is not just her to thank for the no tax increase. Just a question to the board, the administration, just stuff has come up recently. I was wondering if we could get numbers on the district, if we've had any immigrants that have come into the district over the last 3 years. And since the border has been opened up, and what kind of financial impact the immigrants have had on the district. I also welcome the change in letting the policy decision process to be open to the public. It's not always pleasant watching sausage getting made, but it does give assurance that the public has been given a chance to speak. I am for bringing in the Independent Law Center to give additional advice to help the district. Even the solicitor has welcomed it. Look at Dover. I know one of the board members has a lot of concern about the Dover district and their activities. They have a lawsuit filed about denying parental rights that they could have been prevented if they had been advised by the Independent Law Center. We all want our schools to be the best learning environment it can be for our kids, and this includes all 9 of you board directors. We just have a different opinion on how to make that happen. I want to speak to the decorum or the lack thereof of the recent board meetings. Just because meetings were held in a junior high cafeteria doesn't mean you get to act like you're in junior high. You're adults, act like it. This isn't a pep rally. The election's over. It's time to move on. Like it or not, this is your school board. My mom had a saying, you attract more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. I think she was right. I voted at some point for everyone on this board and everyone on the previous board. To all the board members, I say stay strong, stick to your principles, and let God lead you in the way best to serve this district. Hope you have a productive meeting, and God bless.
Thank you. Ms. Susan Donnelly?
Good evening. My name is Susan Donnelly. I'm a parent here in the district and a taxpayer in the Shrewsbury Borough, where my family has resided for the past 15 years. Our family has been part of the Southern York County school community for 11 years now. And it's hard to believe we're just 1 week away from yet another summer break and graduation for some of us. This has been, again, a fabulous year so far, and in no small part as the result of the amazing teachers, staff, and administration we have here in Southern. And while we are truly disappointed to see Dr. Mullen embark on a new adventure outside of our district, I know that Dr. Sterner will be equally as great of a principal for the students of Susquehannock. Now, the remainder of my comment tonight will be focused on Agenda Item 9.21, the Independence Law Center for Legal Counsel. For those who may not be familiar with this firm, this Harrisburg Area Independence Law Center is a politically charged organization run by lobbyists who claim to offer free legal services to school boards throughout PA. The ILC's reputation is well known throughout the Commonwealth, mainly for their history of developing anti-LGBTQ policies and their attempts to restrict books in school libraries. More so, however, they are known for costing taxpayers hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in legal fees because their policies, more often than not, are illegal. While the ILC is focused on influencing school boards in Pennsylvania, they are one of several pro bono law centers popping up throughout the country, whose policies regularly infringe upon laws set forth by the United States Department of Education's Title IX regulations. They follow a cookie-cutter process with every district, advising school boards to institute their extreme policies, then seamlessly transitioning to represent these same districts. It is at that point where the free work of the ILC becomes massively profitable for the organization, as they now defend these same school districts from the lawsuits that exist only because of the policies they helped write in the first place. This fiscal irresponsibility should be infuriating to all taxpayers who suffer the burden of poor decision-making by school boards who opt to engage in contracts with the ILC. The financial impacts are real. In Central Bucks County, taxpayers are being burdened with more than $2 million in legal fees due to policies that clearly violate Title IX, not to mention the $100,000 they already paid out as a settlement. And it's happening here locally in York County. The ILC are the firm that developed the policy that banned books in Central York County a couple years ago. Central York School District made national news for all of the wrong reasons. They are also the firm that has consulted with the Red Lion Area School District, who subsequently passed policies that have also resulted in multiple ongoing lawsuits against the district, which are undoubtedly costing the taxpayers there an inordinate amount of money. Finally, just last night in Dover, 2 anti-LGBTQ policies written with guidance from the ILC were introduced that will most certainly result in lawsuits for that district due to the blatant Title IX violations in the policies. Agenda item 9.21 includes a proposal to engage in an agreement with the ILC to provide legal counsel to the Southern York County School District. Knowing the history of this firm, knowing that policies similar to what they have developed have resulted in millions of dollars being paid out by districts throughout the state, it's hard to imagine that one could, in good conscience and sound mind, vote to bring this firm on as a consultant. Why would you trust a firm to provide guidance to our district whose past work has resulted in and continues to result in school districts hemorrhaging legal payments to them? Signing a contract to get legal counsel from a firm that has a history of developing illegal policies that result in lawsuits does not sound fiscally conservative, nor is it based on sound logic. It actually sounds like a terrible financial decision based upon a false pretense of getting free advice that will most certainly end with the taxpayers in the Southern York County School District footing the bill for hefty legal fees, possibly in the millions, that will be paid to the ILC. It would be completely irresponsible for this board to knowingly engage with this organization who fully intend to make a profit off of us. There is nothing conservative or transparent about this decision to be made here tonight. The taxpayers in the Southern York County School District deserve a school board that makes meaningful decisions and passes policies based on sound logic, that are fiscally responsible, and at a bare minimum, legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adele Basin? Okay. Mr. Bob Betts?
Excuse me. Good evening, Bob Betts, Shrewsbury Township. To reiterate something that was said earlier, I wholeheartedly agree. Nothing that we discuss in these meetings should be considered political or used for political gains in any way. We should base everything we do here in morality, true morality. So any and all discussions that are had in this room shouldn't be based on left versus right, but right versus wrong. What is good versus what is not good. Good versus evil. Evil left unchecked will not stop itself. It takes those who are courageous to stand up and stop it. Will be cliche, it takes a warrior. We talked about this last month. I'm just going to quickly hit on both topics again. Assuming that the district is going to follow the procedures it has always followed for every person ever entering the buildings, I want you guys to have access to go through the buildings. I don't think anybody on this board is asking to be with children individually, unattended, without supervision. If that's the case, I'll change my opinion, but I haven't heard that asked yet. I do, however, believe that if I was in your position, I would want to know what was happening in the buildings under my own eyesight so that I knew what I was being held responsible for. There's lots of conversations I've heard over the last month about the Independence Law Center. I've still not heard anything that really is considered more than an opinion. But based on what I read online from 2 websites, the goal of their firm has been focused on fighting, this is in their words, for First Amendment rights, and those rights include all First Amendment rights, speech, religion, etc. So this firm, if doing what it's saying it's doing, is fighting for everybody's ability to stand at this podium and speak tonight. They're fighting for everybody's ability to live in a constitutionally protected country. Whether or not they've presented policy to another district that may or may not have implications, I have no idea how truthful that is. I don't believe everything I read on the internet. What I do believe is that I entrust the board members sitting at this table that if we engage with the ILC and they provide, not instruction, but direction, if they provide guidance on a policy, that I would expect our directors would review that policy, and if it's legal and legitimate, and our solicitor agreed, that we may implement it, and if not, we won't. I am not, however, going to worry about what other districts have done. We are our own district. I think we should operate accordingly. You know, in the depths of COVID, I had submitted a multitude of mask exemptions based on religion. I had a religious exemption for masks. I was denied everyone I submitted. And I came to board meetings about this regularly and spoke about it. It's what engaged me in coming to these meetings. And I was told by many opposing parents in those meetings that if I really had an issue with how the district was treating me and my family and how they were operating, that I always had the opportunity to go virtual. I didn't have to come to the buildings. I didn't have to deal with the policy issues. I could go virtual. I extend that invitation to everybody that has an issue with how the policies are being formed now. I wish there was a firm out there at that time presenting facts like many firms are now. So any firm that's willing to give us direction or assistance at no cost, I implore you to take it. It's a savings to the taxpayers. And then quickly, surveys were brought up earlier on the gentleman's presentation. Just as a notation, I'd like to request that moving forward, when we get surveys, maybe there's a comment section put in them. Because too often the surveys are very just kind of bland. They're boilerplate in nature, and there may be an issue that falls inside a 10-point category that I have an issue with, and I hate to give that whole category a negative review based on one, or give it a positive review based on 1 positive and 9 negatives. So if we could maybe incorporate comment sections in the future so that we can call out individualized issues, that would be a help to all of us, I believe. And in good fashion, 1 Peter 5:10. And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, he will restore you, and he will make you strong, firm, and steadfast. I implore all of you to stay strong and steadfast. Better days are coming. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe that's the end of the list. All right. And then moving on, we moved item 10.01 up, so if we can jump to that, please.
Okay. Item 10.01 is the Susquehannock High School principal appointment. What we'll be speaking about is I'm considering the approval of appointing Dr. Sterner as the Susquehannock High School principal. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve appointing James Sterner as the Susquehannock High School principal at a salary of $139,000 effective July 1st, 2024.
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Any nays or abstentions?
Or any
Sorry,
discussion?
any discussion, sorry.
Welcome, Dr. Sterner.
Okay, then any nays or abstentions? Okay, motion carries.
I think we can block that.
Yeah,
So first of all, I want to thank you all for this opportunity, for trusting me with this opportunity. It is definitely big shoes to fill, following Dr. Mullen and his great work at Susquehannock. I can say I'm very personally excited for this opportunity to continue the good work that we've done at Susquehannock and the opportunities that we provide for our students. I'd like to also issue some personal thanks to the students, to my colleagues, and to the community who've reached out with kind words of encouragement as I transition into this position. I'd be remiss to not thank the mentors at Susquehannock and in the Southern York County School District, colleagues that have helped to shape me who I am as an educational professional and as a human being. This truly is a district where we grow not just students, but our staff as well, and I'm very thankful for them. A guy like me doesn't get an opportunity like this without a great support system behind him, though, so I have to give big shout-outs to my family. I have 2 awesome parents, 5 great brothers, and a very supportive wife who also is blessed to work in this district. I am looking forward to working together with the community, with our students, and with our staff to continue to provide top-notch experiences for our warriors and to prepare them for life in college and career beyond. So again, thank you all.
Thank you. you.
All right.
Dr. Sterner, just a real quick comment. Your wife doesn't know what's coming yet, but she has a little bit of flavor of it as an assistant principal. But you need to hang in there with the tons of hours and what this job means to you as a family. I'm glad I know both of you. James, I'm still convinced that Mrs. Sterner has the better math background, but we both know why that is. But congratulations to you. It's well deserved, and thank you for taking on this opportunity.
All right, moving back to our regularly scheduled board meeting. With the consent agenda, item 7, there were a couple of items here that some board members indicated would like to have pulled out, and including at least one that I certainly agree I'd like to pull out. So I think we can just pull them out. We don't need a motion to do that. Am I correct about that? Yeah.
Yes.
So item 7.20, 7.21, and 7.24 we will be pulling out. Now, do we want to go ahead and vote on, or are there any other items that anyone would like to pull out of the consent agenda? No?
Did you mention 724?
Yes, 720, 721, 724.
Those are all mine.
Okay. So I guess we could go ahead and vote on the rest of the consent agenda first. All right, so I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of the items aforementioned.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? All right, those items carry. All right. Let's start with 7.20. So the reason pull this out, given to me was just that some board members needed additional information before they felt comfortable voting on this. And I did speak with Dr. Bryson, and he indicated that tabling this until our next meeting would not be disruptive. So is there any discussion before we get into that item? I think it's just more information needed. I don't know that there were any direct objections, just more information needed. All right. So I will move to approve items 7.20 and 7.21 to bring them to the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. And then I'll move to table them. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Those items have been tabled.
So that was Mr. Henkel and Mr. Wilson for the tabling. Just want to make sure I get through table. Okay.
Oh yeah, and did I call vote any nays or abstentions? No, okay, all right. All right, so those items have been tabled. 7.24. This one also, I think more information is needed, but in addition to that, some of the information that was present was concerning, at least to me. So I wanted to call out a few things that I found in this item. So this is the renewal agreement with Panorama Education. So looking through the contract here, this is a company that performs surveys of students, and I believe maybe others as well, but it does perform surveys of students, where it asks what could be considered fairly personal questions. And there are a number of laws governing when what surveys can be conducted of students, especially of this nature, asking questions related to mental health and that sort of thing. And those laws, FERPA, PPRA, COPA, they specify requirements around opt-in, about parental opt-in, as well as, I believe there's some anonymity requirements. I believe the opt-in requirements might be the state level, anonymity requirements, I think, are at the federal level. Some of the lines in the contract that I find concerning, client hereby gives its consent to Panorama on behalf of parents. And as defined under FERPA, PPRA, and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, of children from whom any personal information, as defined under COPA, may be gathered in connection with this agreement and the platform. Panorama shall not be obligated to obtain consents from parents directly. And then, as between client and Panorama, client owns data input into the platform or otherwise provided to Panorama by client and authorized user that constitutes personally identifiable information, as defined under FERPA. Such as student survey responses reported on an individual level. So I understand that there is later a step to anonymize this, but it's fairly clear, both from looking at the surveys themselves and from this, that the surveys are not anonymous all the way through. That there is a point in the process where the surveys are not anonymous. I don't know that anyone's looking at them, but that's still a concern that it possibly would be available. So if I'm understanding this correctly, to me, this contract flagrantly undermines parental rights. And I believe one of the primary functions of government is to create an environment where thriving families can prosper with liberty and autonomy, and that any governmental body that usurps that delegitimizes itself. So the fact that as a school board, we're entrusted with so much responsibility, it makes it all the more important. And then on top of that, it's all the more distressing to me that this was in our consent agenda. That typically indicates the expectation was that this would be uncontroversial. It's entirely possible that this is because the contract was not carefully read, or that it was not read with an eye that was watchful for these issues, or hopefully I'm gravely mistaken. While I am concerned about a broad usurpation of the role of families by, especially with what we've encountered over the last few years, the usurpation of the role of families by experts, so-called governments and other actors, I'm not accusing anyone at this table of intentionally participating in that. However, I think this underscores the need to be vigilant and to seek out eyes that are watchful for such appropriations of the family and of the role of parents. So with that, because I think there was a desire to understand more, I'll start by, I'll bring this to the floor. So I'll entertain a motion to bring item 7.24 to the floor.
I'm just wondering for what purpose we need to have these surveys, like I
Oh,
believe.
well, so we'll bring it to the floor and then have discussion.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I started into it, but in my explanation. But okay, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. You want to bring it to the floor first or have discussion?
Whatever you think.
Okay.
Is great.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so just, I know that this is something that we have had, like we have used these previously, correct? So I'm just trying to understand the purpose, how is it that we use this information? I know, Dr. Reppert, you sent some samples of those surveys. Can you just, again, clarify for everybody here the grades that are surveyed, and again, how we utilize that information?
Yes, we've started the use of the Panorama, the 2019-2020 school year. Currently, well, from then until now, it is grades 3 through 8 that participated in the survey. Students, it's three times a year, and the staff is twice a year. And it's perceptual data, and the perceptual data is developed, and I just wrote down just a couple of the focus areas: self-efficacy, self-management, growth mindset, emotional regulation, social perspective taking, as well as social awareness. And as the students complete the survey assessment, the teachers also are completing one based on their perception of the students in those areas. And what it does is it provides the teachers the ability to take a look at where maybe those perceptions may be different. The other component that I observed as being middle school principal is this helped the building identify the students that may not share things, may not vocalize the things that are occurring with them. And it provided not only the team of teachers, but also provide the school counselors, the administration, as well as now our social workers, the ability to work with students that are now identifying areas of concerns that they're having in those areas that I've identified. So as they go through the school year, you're able to determine how the student is at the beginning of the year, but then what are the areas that they may show a percentage growth in, or maybe a decrease in. And as we know, people change throughout the year. You know, when students walk through the beginning of the school, you would hope they're coming through, you know, very excited about things that are going on, but we know that every student does not walk through the doors. They may walk through with that facade up, but there's things that are challenging to them. Where this differs from the other surveys that we had talked about, the PDE climate survey, et cetera, this one coincides with some of the other programs, the responsive classroom and the other programs that we have 3 through 8 in our schools that really help our students focus in on what are the things that are challenging them, and it gives them the opportunity to voice that through the survey, and then the teachers are able to take a look at how each of those students scored themselves, but more importantly, the teachers are able to identify what are the areas that they need to hone in with those specific students, have those conversations, make the recommendations for time to speak with their school counselor, social worker, and it could even be a recommendation for counseling service through student assistance or through our Pennsylvania Comprehensive Behavioral Health, which is the counseling that occurs within, the individual counseling that occurs within our schools.
So, I mean, I understand that there can be an importance with checking in with students. This legally looks very tenacious to me, the way they're doing it, and I mean, looking again further, client hereby grants Panorama a non-exclusive worldwide royalty-free, fully paid up sub-licensable right and license during the term to copy, distribute, display, create derivative works, and use of the client data to perform Panorama's obligations under this agreement. Perpetual irrevocable right and license to copy, modify, and use client PII to create aggregated non-personally identifiable data sets, otherwise known as blind data. But that would suggest that not only are these surveys not anonymous within the district, but they are provided to Panorama still with PII associated, which again is very concerning to me. And it's not clear to me that we need to provide all of our data to this firm that's, you know, it looks like they might be data mining our children in order to do those check-ins. I mean, it seems like that could be done without this giant behemoth of a firm that's aggregating all this data.
Is this required, is it PDE requirement?
No.
Okay. So it's not a question of if we don't use this firm, we have to use another firm. It's not a requirement at all.
So were there problems with the questions? Because I read through all the questions and they are just fine and appropriate. I did not see anything that was sexually explicit or a danger for the children to answer. So I can see where the concerns would be as far as, you know, anonymity or what have you. But as far as the survey itself, I don't see an issue.
Yeah, the questions themselves did not seem hugely problematic to ever ask a student. Many of the questions would be fine questions for a teacher in many cases, or a counselor to ask a student. But there are legal issues with doing this, and it's very concerning to me, the idea that we would be giving consent on behalf of parents. I mean, if a law is written saying parents have to opt in, this seems like a weird end run around that I'm not sure would actually hold up if it were challenged.
Mr. Litz, has he weighed in?
Now, I'm just offering a suggestion. If we want Jeff to take a look at it, we can certainly do that and table it, just like we did 7.2 or 7.2.
Yeah, I very much would love to hear your opinion on it, Jeff, as far as legality is concerned.
It's not illegal. Nathan correctly pointed out there are some federal protections with regards to gathering information on certain personal characteristics or individual beliefs, which parents can inspect surveys, and if they don't wish their child to participate, can opt out. FERPA also protects personal information, but there are 30-odd exceptions about potential disclosures without parental consent, one of them being aggregate data. And then in the State Board of Education regulations, there's also an independent right under state law to review certain surveys and potentially opt kids out. And I'm assuming the administration complies with all of those provisions. But that said, if you want me to take a look at the contract, I can. Probably not gonna, it's gonna take a little bit schedule-wise. But we can take a look at that and ask questions of the company. But since I wasn't asked to look at the contract, you know, I can't talk off the cuff about it. But I do know the background of some of the things that Nathan did share. But I'll be happy to look at it.
I'm also not comfortable with, you know, the parents not being aware of the situation. I also think that the parents knowing about the survey or even having access to the survey could foster good conversation between the student and the parent in areas that they may be struggling or you know, maybe bring some things to light, you know, to parents about their student with things they might be struggling in. But I'm really not comfortable with it being parents being excluded from the decision.
I don't know that that's totally true, because I remember, Dr. Reppert, correct me if I'm wrong, when our kids were in middle school, we would get an update that the Panorama survey was going out, and if we had any questions, to reach out to the administration. At that time, it was you. And I remember, you know, calling in and just having some questions about, hey, what kind of survey questions are on there? And there
I remember that phone call.
Yeah, and it was a very open conversation about, you know, what was available, so what was being asked, you know, how the information was being used.
And
So
if
as
that's
a parent, I
true.
did have a heads up that it was coming to my kids. I'm assuming that's still happening with grades 3 through 8. I mean, our kids are in high school now, so it would be a while.
And we can look at how to improve that process, but I think tabling it gives us an opportunity to look at the data piece and also here's exactly how it's put out there.
Right.
You kind of heard how it's utilized, but how can we put it out there? Is there an improvement that can be made?
Sure.
I'm certainly not opposed to tabling it, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I did want to speak to something, Mrs. Hall, that you had brought up.
Sure.
I do not believe, looking through the questions, I didn't see anything that was asking an inappropriate question.
Sure.
They were all, to my knowledge, something that was perfectly appropriate to ask a student. But I would caution the board, you know, surveying children is not the same as surveying adults. We have to be more careful with that. They don't have the self-efficacy that adults have. And some of the questions, though appropriate in nature subject-wise, I will say, even some of the simple ones, they are leading questions that do infer that you would have a negative expectation. And the data that we get from these surveys are only as good as, you know, the things that we're pushing and inferring. And so to ask a student, you know, whether or not, one of the questions, and I'm not going to summarize it correctly, but, you know, do you have the ability, do you have a good faith ability to be able to retain all of the information that you've learned over the school year? Do you feel like you can handle hard concepts? It sounds like it's a harmless question, and it overall is a harmless question, but it does infer by asking the question that you might not. And it puts in the mind of a student that maybe didn't ever think that they would have this problem, that, gee, maybe I will. And certainly students that do, we want to hear those things, but we don't want to infer that you will. I think that setting students up for expectations like that, and that's where the surveys for children will always give me pause, and I'll just go on record saying that.
But I think the interesting thing, so it's a perception survey,
Yes.
right? It's this, and One thing I don't know that Dr. Repper hit on strong enough, one of the things I think we're also getting is more of a trending. Are kids trending towards a more positive or negative response to that? Not the individual student, like if you answer it this, there must be a problem, but more, are we, for that particular question, is it a growth mindset or is it a,
I see your point.
yeah, so I think that piece to it too is, I don't want it to appear like we're trying to identify mental health problems and then get in it.
No.
It's more of a, what is it we can do in a classroom that develops growth mindset? And how do we know we're doing that? You would look at this trending area over the course of the year and say, look where they were in the beginning as a class versus where they are at the end.
And that's
Yeah.
a
But
metric
that
for
doesn't hit
celebration.
on the data thing whatsoever, the data privacy piece, which I think
Right,
Jeff
yeah.
can take a closer look at.
Well, and even if it turns out to be technically legal, I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of opting in on behalf of parents. If this is opt-in, I think the parents should opt in, and I think the contract should be written that way.
Right.
And so what we're looking at here, I don't think I could vote for. On top of that, I think more than what you're saying about the use to identify students, I think what Mrs. Henkel was getting at was that giving the survey to students, and it depends on how much you survey them, but giving them a survey that has certain questions can imply that it's likely that there is a problem. And so then it doesn't even matter if you track the data. If you threw away the surveys after giving them to the children, it would still have that impact. So I think it's worth being cautious about the questions that we ask, because there has been, depending on the survey, some surveys are harmful. They create a certain perception by the way the questions are asked, and I'm not saying this one is, but I would rather we look at this carefully ourselves for what our students need and not outsource it to an organization that's giving the same survey to every school that doesn't know what our particular concerns are. So I have concerns both at the conceptual level and also at the privacy level. But if we're talking about tabling it, I mean, it seems like I've heard a number of people say table. I certainly can't see myself voting for it in the form it is. I'm not sure I can vote for it in any form, but I'm perfectly happy to entertain a motion to table it. So if there's no further discussion, yeah?
So moved.
Okay, you're moving it, so we're gonna move it to the floor. So move to the floor.
If I could say one more thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So it appears that we were already notifying parents in some form that this is happening. And that's great. It's just, I would definitely want to see the contract reflect, what we're doing and not reflect what we're doing. So that would be, although it may appear to be a problem, it may not be a problem, but it being in the contract that way presents itself as a problem.
I would also, when you talk about having parents have to opt in or consent for students to take the survey, I think about the children who maybe their parents just don't check their email or aren't very present. If those parents aren't consenting, then those students' voices don't get to be heard. So I get that you yes, it is important for parents to be involved and agree to what their children are doing, but I think that there are some parents that are not involved at all and won't even be able to say yeah, sure, because they just
And that's the students you want to check in on.
yeah.
I hate to say that, but it is,
Which means we would have to have the appropriate safeguards. Let's say, we didn't pursue this. We would have to have the appropriate safeguards, which I believe our school already does, to help those. But I caution, I am hearing what you're saying, Mrs. Caroline. I caution, it's a slippery slope. The idea that because there are some awful parents, we have to violate all parents' rights, wouldn't go down that road.
Additionally, I think we get that information anyway. The students whose parents are not involved, who, their parents, their kids having trouble and they don't come to the first parent-teacher conference. I mean, we get that information. Okay, so we have a motion to bring it to the floor. Do I have a second? Or,
Second.
There wasn't a motion in a second, so.
well, Joe moved to bring it to the floor just now, or a little bit ago. Yeah,
I'll second.
okay. Hey, there was discussion in between the motion and the
So
second.
originally, it was Mr. Henkel and Mr. Wilson to bring it to the floor.
Okay, we can-
Okay, we just need to make sure we've got it. 'cause we
That's
get
fine, we can go with,
lost.
we can go with I
Okay,
brought it to
and
the
then
floor.
to table it is Mr. Henkel.
Yes, I'll move to table it. And then, do I have a second on that?
Second.
All right. Any discussion on the motion to table? Any nays or abstentions? All right, that is tabled. All right, and that completes the consent agenda with more drama than usual. All right, on to committee report education, and I will turn it over to Mrs. Henkel.
All right. We have 8.01, which is the student handbook revisions for the elementary school, Southern Middle School, and the high school. Dr. Ruppert, take it away.
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. What we have in front of us today is the student handbook that we presented in, let me get this right, March, and then we came back in April. Now it's back in front of you today. We had revisions that were provided to us from some board members that was revised by the administration in a meeting on February 26th, 2024. Just some of those revisions that were noted in the document, some grammatical pieces, equal signs, post, adding the word post on page 25, looking specific at the elementary, removing an and/or detention on page 40 in the elementary, added sunglasses to the dress code as number 4 on page 35 to be consistent across the district, and I'll come to that in a moment. Updated the language to the dress code about short and skirt length on page 35 to match the middle school and high school for consistency across the district, and simplified the language for exposed undergarments on page 35 to match the middle school and high school for consistency across the district. Within the middle school, remove the prohibition of bandanas on page 39 for consistency across the district, and added coats and jackets to the dress code on page 39 to the middle school for consistency across the district. And we discussed and revised dress code sections in all 3 documents for consistency across the district. And speaking with the administration in multiple meetings, they viewed the high school dress code that was, as it was written, as the one that we wanted to have modeled as consistency throughout the district for the middle school as well as the elementary. So those were the revisions that were proposed to us by board members on the 26th, and they were taken care of at that time and posted as such on the website.
Alrighty. I move to approve the revisions to the 2024-2025 elementary, Southern, and Susquehannock High School student handbooks. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Do we have any discussion?
I do.
What you got, Mr. Joe?
I would like to make a revision, propose a revision to the dress code, similar to conversations that I've had with Dr. Ruppert and I believe Dr. Bryson. Should I
Amend?
amend the motion?
Yeah.
I mean,
You
or
could
do
make a
we-
motion to amend.
Okay.
You could discuss it first and then make your
Okay.
motion, whatever you
All right,
prefer.
let's discuss it first. So one of the things that I'd like to add to the dress code is something that is currently in the middle school dress code. I summarize this as sunglasses, hats, caps, hoods, or any items that obscures one's face or identity may not be worn indoor during school hours. Exceptions are granted for religious or medical reasons.
Can you read that one more time?
Sunglasses, hats, caps, hoods, or any item that obscures one's face or identity may not be worn indoors during school hours. Exceptions are granted for religious or medical reasons. This was previously removed from our dress code in our 2021-2022 handbook for the elementary and the high school, but it still remains this year in the middle school handbook, which was just shared again with the spring weather on May 6th by Dr. Bell, reminding families of the current dress code. Currently, this would bring us in line with the rest of the schools in York County and their dress codes.
So may I ask you a question? Our middle school already has this rule, so by you amending the policy, you're trying to bring the high school and the elementary in line with what is already for a cohesive, what the middle school is. Is that correct?
In theory, yes. I mean, I think this language is better than what we have currently, and if it were implemented at the high school and the other handbooks as well, to keep it consistent, as Dr. Reppert wants to do, which I think is appropriate.
Do you want to propose the amendment? Do you want to?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So, Dr. Grayson, how do you see this as impact on the handbooks?
So I would summarize it by saying no hats, no hoods. That's how it's going to be viewed. It's never an easy shift to take something away that they're used to having flexibility with. So originally this was from the students, specifically hats, maybe more than hoods, that they wanted flexibility in being able to wear hats. And I think administratively and from a staff perspective, I'm tired of policing something that wasn't necessarily impacting instruction.
I see your point there.
So-
What was the reason for sorry to interrupt, the reason for the middle school taking caps away as well?
So I don't, they never had the flexibility to have the hats.
Okay.
So it was truly student
consistent.
council, engagement of students, give some, get some. And it was, working through some of the behaviors that potentially we had. And if that was something that kids wanted and we didn't see as a safety concern. And I think that's administratively where it's not come to us as a concern. In our discussion with Joe, Nathan, I think safety concern came up as one of the reasons to look at that. And I think an argument, and this is personally, maybe more than the superintendent, but an argument can be made that hoods are potentially a safety concern if you're unable to identify kids. It's not been a real issue for us because we're a small enough school that we know who the kids are, whether they get their hood up or not. We don't have a large number of students with either, really. I'd venture to say that back in 2020 or 19, we may have had more kids wear hats when you weren't allowed to wear hats than we do today when it is allowed. It's kind of that rule of force the rule, and you're dealing with the issue. But
So with us relying on video a lot, which, we do discuss the use of video in, dealing with student behavior issues and things of that nature, do you find that you have, that causes you any issues?
I have not, as a principal and in my role, I have not seen an issue in identification of students, because it's pretty easy. If you see Mr. Hash wearing a hat and it's backwards and he's walking down the hallway, that's going to be Mr. Hash.
Yes.
And even with the hoods, I think there are students that may not have the hood on, but now all of a sudden that hood's up. Now, let's go back to that perceptual things we were talking about earlier. Something's going on with that student. I have not, and I went through the discipline data when this came up as discussion. We have not had an issue this year regarding anything with hats being taken, thrown, hoods being pulled down. We haven't had anything that has come across administratively in addressing that. The one thing, Mrs. Henkel, I'll go back to, I think where, or I think maybe Mr. Hall, you asked this, what have you asked it? About, what's the hesitancy or what might be some of the concerns? I would have a concern for our teachers. Because now our teachers are going to have to address a student that's wearing a hat. And then next thing you know, they turn that corner, guess what's going to happen? That hat's going on. And now we get into a power struggle between the student, and it's really not about the hat, when it comes down to it. And some students may need it for medical reasons. But now you're putting that student that has a medical reason that they're wearing it, now you're isolating them. Now they're wearing it for a specific reason, and others aren't. And we'll run into that situation. I know, Dr. Bryson, you dealt with that as principal, where now you're going to have others, well, why does he get to wear it? Or now that student's wearing it and somebody doesn't know why they're wearing it, and they're telling them to take it off. And so I think, in our initial discussion about the hoods, I could see, where that may become a challenge. And I know I'm not a voting member here, but I know when we're looking at the hats, that has not caused a concern. But identification-wise, we're able to tell on the video. But where I mentioned about the hood piece, we have a lot of students that don't wear them. But if they go up, that's one thing. We took some quick data in the cafeteria over the last 2 weeks, I believe it was, Dr. Bryson. Less than a handful of students wearing hoods. Same thing with hats. So, if there's a concern that's, with parents expressing the concern or students saying that there's a concern about it, I can understand that. So I just share that with the board. We have not experienced any or heard of any concern from students or parents, administrators, or staff to this point regarding the current use of the hats, and why we decided to go in an alignment, because it was brought up back in March, in April, or at the April meeting, is the high school had one that was very similar to the elementary, and the administrator said, we need to have one that's uniform. And because there isn't a concern at the elementary with the hats, and there wasn't one at the high school, the middle school agreed that allowing students to wear hats would be a uniform way of moving forward.
So if I'm understanding you, it is in the middle school handbook, or it isn't?
It is.
It is.
Yeah, it was currently in the middle, it is currently 2023, 2024. It's in the handbook, but when we have 3 different schools doing individual handbooks, and we'll talk about next year's handbook one handbook district-wide, but when they're in different handbooks, different ways, there's not that cross-communication between the buildings because they're focusing on their level. The elementary's speaking about theirs, middle school, and the high school have their own.
So we're proposing to keep it in the middle school.
So,
The high school, middle school is proposing to take it out.
So
The school
we're
to take
taking it out
to allow students to wear hats.
district-wide.
What do our school resource officers say about the hoodies specifically?
And my conversation with Officer Hanson had indicated that hoods are a concern for safety reason.
So if we took this revision and we removed the hats and caps from this, that would be agreeable?
Can you read it without?
Okay. Sunglasses, hoods, or any item that obscures one's face or identity may not be worn indoors during school hours. Exceptions are granted for religious or medical reasons.
I like that better personally. I will say, for my opinion, I don't see hats as being disrespectful. I do see hoods being up during a teacher's presentation. I don't think that that's befitting of an academic organization, the dress code.
I also think that with a dress code, there are multiple goals. One is the one people usually think of, which is, some level of modesty or decency in dress. But there's also an attitudinal component that I think students should, when they're in class, they should appear to be ready to learn. And if you have a hood over your head, it doesn't look like you're ready to learn. And you're not going to feel ready to learn. I mean, I think that it works its way in from the outside. The way that you carry yourself into the school will affect the way that you approach the entire day. So I think the attitudinal component can't be underestimated. I think it's very important.
Did you amend?
Well, he hasn't moved, which is good, because
Haven't moved yet. Still
yeah,
discussing.
because it looks like it's going to be a little different from the original anyway. So
Okay.
So I guess I should make a motion to amend.
All
right.
So, how do you see that impacting the students? I mean, we discussed the hats, so, I mean, I really want to hear your perspective on how you see that impacting the students.
Just
Go ahead.
Just the hoods.
I think, obviously you're going to get opposition from students, no matter what you take away. But I definitely think there would be more of an uproar of like hats
That's what I was thinking
than
too.
hoods.
yeah, and I take Dr. Eppert's comment that the students who are wearing them for medical or religious reasons, if there's not a prohibition on it, then that doesn't stand out. Whereas I don't, so, and obviously anyone can wear the garb they need to for medical or religious reasons, but that way, there's a particular, one entire reason is not, that doesn't call you out, So what's,
Can I
are you
make
want?
a comment, please?
Hmm?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
About the discussion?
Mm-hmm.
None of the board members, do you have to deal with the students every day? But yet, the people that created these handbooks and the changes they want to make, they're dealing with it, and they know how to deal with it. We don't deal with it on a daily basis. Why are we taking over their job? They know what they want. They know what it creates, the problems it creates, the things that it corrects. Let's let them do their jobs instead of sitting here and trying to nitpick every little thing that you personally may think is better, but yet you don't have to deal with it on a daily basis like they do.
And
Let's let them do their job.
And this is why we ask their opinions, and we ask the opinions of the resource officers, and we're taking those opinions into account. But at the end of the day, this is on our agenda as an action item, so it literally is our job
Mr.
to approve this.
But they also said it hasn't been a problem.
Hasn't been a
They've
problem.
actually
Mr.
said that.
But the resource officers are concerned about it.
Mr. Holly, I would expect that for you to be consistent with what you just said, you should probably abstain from the vote for the handbook because you wouldn't want to weigh in, correct?
I didn't quite understand all that you said.
If you're a board director and you're voting on a handbook, you're giving oversight. I would expect for you to be consistent that you would probably not weigh in and not vote on that, correct?
I'm going to vote.
But you
I'm
don't
gonna
believe that
vote.
this is your job. You don't believe it's your job to oversee this and make suggestions for changes that you believe would be necessary or helpful with the input of various stakeholders.
I haven't heard anything yet that really is a necessary change.
Well, you're free to vote the way you want.
Well, I certainly hope so.
So I was, trying to dig down a little bit that, we don't necessarily create, unintended consequences. You know, so that's, I'm trying to get your guys' perspective. Do you see that as something that's going to create unintended consequences? Or do you see it as something that is healthy for the students?
I see it potentially a little bit of both, and I don't mean to be wishy-washy. I was
That-
real
that's
tra-
okay.
Yeah,
That's all right.
I was pretty transparent with my thoughts on the hats versus it. I personally really probably side towards I'm okay with hats and hoods. And if the hood is an issue, then it's not a problem for a teacher to ask the kid to take their hood down. But it also makes it possible if the kid comes in and is in a bad place and puts their hood up, I might not ask them to take their hood down.
Right,
It might be a
that's what I
cue
was
for me to say, you need 5, without having conflict with the kid. So there's leeway there. But if I'm compromising, I'd compromise with the hoods. Because there's a piece of it that if I don't know the kid at all, it's gonna be difficult to identify. So, but there's that perception we can't identify because of the hood. But yeah, I can't if I'm in Reading or somewhere I don't know, and the kid, well, I'm not gonna be able to identify that student. But we actually did a test one day, one faculty meeting, where we did a video with a kid with the hood on. And was it you? That's Theo.
I'm not saying.
So they were trying to prove the point, and we kind of counter-proved it. And like, it's not even a kid, dude, that's Theo. So, because we are around each other all the time, I mean, the kids are around each other all the time, but anyway, so I don't think it's a huge safety concern. I get it, in theory, yes. If I'm trying to identify in a lineup of kids I haven't seen before, I'm not gonna be able to do that if they're wearing hoods.
My final sell would be, heaven forbid if something were to ever happen. I remember that my vote at this time, at this place, if I said, sure, kids can have their hoods up in the building, and something happens, and I heard that the resource officers, they are very uncomfortable with that, and it's a security issue, I can't in good conscience vote for it, so.
And I would say, Mr. Hawley, there was an item on the agenda some time ago with a number of expenditures to approve for various buildings and grounds items. This is before I was on the board. And one of those items was a scoreboard for the baseball fields. And several community members asked to hold off and wait on some of those items. And today, that scoreboard is, if you ask the coaches, it's on the wrong field. It was on the field that was at the time being used as the primary field, but it wasn't the field that the coaches actually wanted to become the primary field. So now we will have to build another scoreboard or move that one. There will be an expense associated with it because the board did not wait. And your comment was, if they didn't need it, they wouldn't be asking for it. You commented, if they didn't need these items, they wouldn't be asking for them. That was your comment on that agenda item. There were board members who wanted to ask questions, and you did not. And I see that as the same today. Yeah, the scoreboard's at the wrong field now. So asking questions and collaborating and listening to the input, but still using judgment, is our job. At least that's how I see it. Any further discussion before Mr. Wilson, I assume, will make his amendment? Motion to amend.
Jen, real quick.
Yes.
I get it. And I think that's what I'm saying. Like, if you were to ask somewhere in between,
I agree with you. I think the freedom
Yeah,
of the hats
right.
is a good compromise.
Yeah,
I very
think
much
it's a good
agree with you.
compromise. Yep.
I like hats.
No, really?
How are you going to vote?
I couldn't have predicted that.
So the
Just a-
exercise that you referenced, Dr. Brayson, about identifying, and it was Dio, was that in kind of wrangling with that with the school resource officers about what is it helpful, is it harmful?
I think the resource officers would prefer not to have hoods.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bryson.
And that is based on, I wish they were here, we could ask, but
Security.
in your mind, that's based just on security?
Yes.
They're out there.
They're,
If we wanted
they're
them,
right
they're
there at
out
the
there.
secretary's office.
Okay, thank you.
But I mean, we have confirmation that they, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to amend the handbooks across all 3 handbooks, and next year will be 1 handbook, according to Dr. Ruppert,
2025, 2026.
to read sunglasses, hoods, or any item that obscures one's face or identity may not be worn indoors during school hours. Exceptions are granted for religious or medical reasons. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have a couple of things to say. I think that we need to get through this. We're spending way too much time, right? But at the same time, I do, we hear about a lot of things that happen that shouldn't happen in schools because of safety and making sure that, you know, our students are in a safe environment. I don't even want to dig deep into it and talk about it. It's just that awful. So that's why I am going to vote for that amendment. But I also see the other side of it too, that if there's a problem, that I think the teachers do build relationships with the students, you know, that I hear in and around being in the district, that they'll just respectfully listen, you know, and take care of it if something's wrong. So it's not necessarily that I believe that it has to be, you know, something on paper, but I do think that it's important to have it that way for safety purposes only. Nothing to do with not being able to tolerate it in a student just for the safety purpose alone. My comment.
Okay.
Do you have a motion and a second for the
Motion,
amendment?
second on the amendment. Do you want to do a roll call on this?
We don't need to.
Could we do a roll call?
We don't
We
need
don't
to.
need to.
All right.
No?
Why do we need a recall? I mean, if it's
Okay.
close, yes. If you hear a bunch of nays, then yeah,
Okay.
let's do a roll call, but
All right.
otherwise,
I guess then we'll do it. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those in favor say nay.
Opposed.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. The amendment passes.
Right, less controversial, 8.0.
Well, we have to.
We have to approve that.
Yeah, we have to.
Sorry.
It's been amended.
So what is, help me here, what do I do?
Motion to approve the handbook.
Well, we already have a motion
Okay.
to approve, we have a motion to amend, so now we just need to take a vote.
Call the question.
Yeah, so call the
Because
question.
we were voting on the amendment now, and now it's, okay, so.
Yeah.
Question.
Okay, call the question, motion to approve with the amendment, correct? Any discussion? Or wait, second?
That's fine, no,
Second.
we're good.
Okay, all right.
No, we're already there.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Thank you, guys, sorry about that. 8.02, it's the 2024-2025 Elementary Digital Academy Student Handbooks, the secondary, the elementary digital, the student contract, and the secondary digital academy student contracts. Dr. Ruppert, do you have anything to add to these?
Nothing to add to
Okay,
those.
alrighty, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the 2024-2025 Elementary Digital Academy Student Handbook, Secondary Digital Academy, Elementary Digital Academy, and the Secondary Digital Academy Student Contracts. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion with this one? Any nays or abstentions? That motion passes. Brings us to 8.03, graduates for the class of 2024. Yay. I make a motion to approve the 238 graduates for the class of 2024 from Susquehannock High School, pending the completion of all graduation requirements. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion?
Congratulations.
Alrighty, any nays or abstentions? Hold your breath. That motion carries.
Can't wait to see him walk across.
8.04, novel adoption. I move to approve the following novel adoption, Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins, 2008, Scholastic Press, for grade 8. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion?
It's a wonderful book.
It is. I will say this one is near and dear to my heart, and, you know, not everything, and I'm not in any way criticizing the author, but not everything has to be high-level British literature. This is what got my son to read. So you go with what your kids read, right?
Movies
And
better.
and they are amazing. So we have a second, does anybody else have any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? All right, that motion passes. 8.05, Clinical Experience Agreement between Western Governors University and Southern York County School District. And for that one, I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the Clinical Experience Agreement between Western Governors University and Southern York County School District for a term of 3 years through May 2027. We've got our content there at the end, the bottom there. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Does anybody have any discussion with this one? I believe Dr. Ruppert can answer any of the questions you might have with us. No discussion? Alrighty, any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.06, the speakers approved through the vetting process. Dr. Ruppert, take it away.
We do have two speakers. Mayor Mike Sharkey will be speaking to the third grade students at Shrewsbury Elementary. That's part of one of the grants that they have completed. So Mayor Sharkey's going to come in. There's 3 questions that he'll be sharing to the students. What's the purpose of mayor? Talk about ordinance, et cetera. And the second one is for Colonel Arthur Athens. He will, well, we've gone through the vetting process. 8.07 will be the approval of funding it. But the Colonel Athens will be our opening day in-service speaker. And then we would utilize him, meet the team night, as we did this past year with Jean Paul Gonzalez as a community event. The message will be me to we. That's a message to the students at the Meet the Team night.
Alrighty, and that one was information, and so that brings us to the next one that he just introduced, 8.07, which is the cost associated with the speakers approved through the vetting process, and it's just one, it's the Colonel Arthur Athens. So I move to approve the cost associated with the following speaker that's been approved through the vetting process. Colonel Arthur Athens at a cost of $6,500 to present to the district staff during the opening day in service and to the community at Meet the Teams Night on Monday, August 14th, 2024. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? I will give kudos to Dr. Bryson on this one. I don't know how you found the man, what strings you pulled. Thank you. He looks absolutely incredible. The reading that I've done about him, well done. How did you find him, by the way?
Actually, a neighboring district utilized them, and then it's not often your schedules match up, but we usually put an invite out to our colleagues to float around and see different speakers that are coming in that are vetted. And then I came back and Mrs. Green said, yeah, I think I've seen him speak at, whether it was PASBO or,
Okay.
right? So usually you start hearing it multiple times.
He was quite the find. Thank you so much for jumping on that when you had the opportunity, and yeah, just well done. He looks incredible. I can't wait to hear him speak. Anybody else have any discussion points?
Yeah, I would also like to thank you because, that can really set the tone for the school year for the students.
Yeah.
I know last year's speaker, really resonated with my children. And, I heard it from the stands, through multiple sporting seasons. So that stuff is really, really great and a great way to set off the year for the kids.
Yeah, good find. Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.08, Stage 1 Curriculum Maps as District-Wide Master Maps. Dr. Ruppert, take it away.
Yes, we have many maps that are there to approve, but this time I want to pull just one out. I know we're hitting the 10 o'clock hour, so we're going to pull out the one about culinary arts. So it's a 7th grade map Just follows the same format as we went through the last time, but specifically with this one, food safety, quality control, recipe development, collaboration, being a big component for those students when they're in there, how to work collaboratively in a kitchen, and then basic culinary skills. So I think Dr. Bryson just went out to get us Domino's, but there's a lot of other components that are in there, hygiene, prep, awareness, et cetera. So still following that same format as we presented last month. And it really breaks down in these maps that we have. Big kudos to Dr. Hughes and the staff that are working with her in pulling these together. It is a process, but what we're doing is we're putting these maps in a way that our teachers are able to follow these components of the map, and our students are getting the information that they need to be successful. Dr. Hughes, anything else you want to share?
Again, I just want to give kudos to all of our faculty members and to especially Dr. Kim Hughes. I was able to sit in on some of the method of her madness, and it was like a beautiful mind, but in a good way, of just how much time and effort this beautiful woman is putting into the curriculum of our school. I don't know where we would be without you. Thank you so much.
And Mrs. Engel, if I could also just echo what our staff is also doing. They're spending the hours when you approve on the consent agenda for the curriculum writing. They're spending the hours and hours of making sure it's aligned to the standards that are out there, but more importantly, developing activities that are authentic.
Thank you so much for that. All right, I move to approve the following Stage 1 curriculum maps as district-wide master maps. And is it okay if I just say as noted on our agenda? May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions?
I just also want to say thank you, Dr. Hughes, for all the work you put in. Well done.
That motion carries. All right, that brings us to 8.09, and this is the purchase of the EMS portable suction unit for the EMT class at the high school. This is it not?
The type isn't filled in, but it must be an action item.
Yeah, it's got to be an action item. This, again, kudos to our district for scooping this up. This is the second year that we've done the EMT class, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And for them to know that we should just go ahead and buy this thing outright and not have to worry about renting each time, kudos to you guys for doing that again. So I'm going to go ahead and motion to purchase for $800 the EMS portable suction unit for our EMT class at the high school. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Does anybody have any discussion points?
I would share that they will appreciate it, as will Miss Worley.
Yes.
And I'm sure the Glen Rock Ambulance Company will also appreciate the donation.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. All righty. Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries as well. That brings us to 8.10, musical equipment purchases for the Susquehannock High School Band from, I'm not going to say that last name, Music Service. Okay, what they said. I move to approve the musical equipment purchases for the Susquehannock High School Band at the cost of $16,972.85 as budgeted under the CoStar's contract. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion items about this? Love our arts, love our music programs, love the marching band, can't say it enough. Any nays or abstentions for this item? That motion carries as well. Brings us to 8.11. I do have one item of business. The kudos will continue with me. I would like to publicly state just the cooperation that Dr. Reppert, Dr. Hughes, and I had when it comes to the Burn Center presentation. Several board members sat in on the Grow and Know. I want to give a shout out to the Burn Center as well. They accommodated us, just the back and forth, the collaboration. We sat in on this, and it was not just age appropriate, but the climate and the culture and the professionalism. It was one of the best presentations I've ever seen. about a matter that is, it could get uncomfortable, and they were just incredible. They were awesome. The children were absolutely enraptured, and just well done to our district, well done to our professionals. Thank you guys so much. That concludes the education report.
All right, on to finance and budget. Mr. Wilson.
All right, thank you. 9.01, Treasurer's Report for April 2024. General Fund Concentration Account, the balance at the beginning of the month was $13,141,545.59. We ended the month with a balance of $10,138,227.50. Our investment accounts, we started the month at $30,245,011.25 and ended the month at $30,692,707.75. This continues sort of our seasonal drawdown towards the end of the fiscal year. The rest of that is attached there for review. 9.02, reviews for bills for payment. I'd like to make a motion to approve the bills for payment as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? No? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.03 is an easy one, exonerations and refunds. There are none. 9.04, tax collection report, that is attached for your perusal. 9.05, budget status report, that as well is attached for your perusal, both for the general fund and the cafeteria fund. 9.06, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget transfers as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or concerns? No? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.07, the cafeteria report, that is attached for your review. And now the big one, 9.08, adoption of the general fund budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. I'd like to make a motion to approve the adoption of the general fund budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year per resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any changes to this, Sue, from our last review?
No, the only thing in your board briefing, because of the homestead farmstead, we don't get those numbers until the beginning of May, so we just incorporated that into the budget. So that would be the only changes to the document.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. We have a budget. 9.09, tax levy resolution for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. I'm going to make a motion to adopt the tax levy resolution for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. This resolution does not include a tax increase. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm happy about it. That's all I'd like to say.
Yeah, and it's entirely thanks to Trevor and Sue and their excellent stewardship of our finances.
Thank you guys so much.
We were able to bring it in to 0%. We're not always able to do that, so when we're not, it's not our fault.
Right.
That's
Take
not how
credit.
it works.
Take credit when you can. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.10, Homestead Farmstead Resolution for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Homestead Farmstead Resolution for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion here?
Sue, can you talk about the impact of this?
Yes, so basically the homestead farmstead money is state money that comes to us. We must use all of the money for tax reduction. We got about an additional $266,000 this year, which equates to about a $42 decrease in taxes for each homestead and farmstead property that we have in the district. So basically, we take all of the money and we divide it up by approved properties in the district. So it's residential homesteads and farmsteads that have applied for the exclusion for homestead farmsteads. So I always like to point out that while this money is great and important, it is not for expenditures of the district. It is only for reduction in taxes. So because we didn't have a tax increase and we got more money, tax bills will go down $42 for each residential and homestead property. And it's not an average. It is all properties get the same amount.
So a slightly lower tax bill this year for any of those properties.
Well, that amount changes year to year.
Yes. It's based upon the money that is released from the state, and we usually find out about that at the beginning of May.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.11, revisions to the tax collection policy manual. I would like to make a motion to approve revisions to the tax collection and policy manual, including the approval of senior citizen property tax rebate resolution for 2024-2025. May I have a second?
Second.
Any conversation on this? I think mostly it was just date changes in the document.
Yeah, there are no substantive changes. It's just updating the dates and the tax millage in the manual.
All right. Do we have any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.12, tax collector resolution for Railroad Borough. I'm going to make a motion to approve a tax collector resolution to appoint Rachel Wetzel as tax collector for the 2024-2025 fiscal year for Railroad Borough taxes. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Questions? Hearing none. All right. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.13, tax collector resolution for New Freedom Borough. I'm going to make a motion to approve a tax collector resolution to appoint Gail Prego as tax collector for the 2024-2025 fiscal year for New Freedom Borough. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this?
Mr. Wilson, if I may,
Yes.
I just wanted to take a moment. Our tax collector from New Freedom, Suzanne Webb, passed away. So I just wanted to take a moment. She did a wonderful job for the years that she was tax collector, and heartfelt sorrow to her family, because it was a sudden passing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.14, workforce development client training with Harrisburg Area Community College. We will make a motion to approve the workforce development client training proposal agreement with Harrisburg Area Community College, which is valid through December 31st, 2026. May I have a second?
Second.
Any questions on this? Is there anything that you would like to add to this?
So we work with Harrisburg Area Community College for the EMT program. In order for us to be able to do that, Ms. Worley has to also do some other courses. So they're enabling her to teach some courses to staff, like CPR training at the district, in order to fulfill that. So that's what this agreement allows us to do.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.15, Resolution to request a public school facility improvement grant. That's a long one, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the resolution to request a public school facility improvement grant in the amount of $1,211,836 from the Commonwealth Financing Authority to be used for replacement of certain sections of the southern middle school roof. There is a fee of $100 to apply, 25% match requirement, and the application is due May 31st, 2024. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion here? Okay, any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 916, Public School Environmental Repairs Grant Program for Asbestos Abatement at Susquehannock High School. All right, I'm going to make a motion to authorize the administration to apply for the Public School Environmental Repairs Grant Program for asbestos abatement at Susquehannock High School. The application is free and due June 30th, 2024. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Is this the one that is potentially retroactive?
Yes.
Okay.
So if I can, I know you just approved the other one. So these two grants are the ones that were announced at the end of December. And then the information on them just came out, I believe, at the beginning of May. So our folks have been working fast and furiously. So huge shout out to Mr. Carrington and Mr. Buffington for all the work that it takes. The grant before, we had to have 3 estimates in order to apply, so it takes a lot to put all this together. This one is retroactive to July 1st, 2023. Because we bid for the asbestos before that, we are still looking into what the requirements are. We're getting authorization at this board meeting, but we are going to wait till towards the end of June, to the June 30th deadline to apply, because as they're working through the demolition, we'll find out. Hopefully, we won't find out anything else, but if we would have any additional costs. So we won't be applying till closer to June 30th, so we have all that information.
And shout out to Randy and Sue for working through getting all the estimates and everything for this grant. Thank you. Any further discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 917, renewal Microsoft Enrollment for Education Solutions licensing agreement. It's our Microsoft tax, I guess. We make a motion to approve a renewal Microsoft Enrollment for Education Solutions licensing agreement through IU13 at an amount of $24,550.10 per year for 5 years. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any information on this, Sue, or?
We've been using this for years. It works well for the district, so it's basically for the Microsoft suite.
Okay, thank you. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 918, agreement with CSIU for the purchase of SC View. I'm going to get all tongue-tied on these acronyms. I'm going to make a motion to approve an agreement with CSIU, Central Susquehanna Intermediate Unit, for the purchase of SC View at a cost of $10,072. And the purpose of this, may I have a second?
Second.
This is for tracking employee clearances. Does this track volunteer clearances as well?
We don't use it for I don't believe we use it for volunteer clearances, because they're not going to be in our system the same way. But it allows us with tracking of clearances and other things. We were using another software for that, which had a similar price. This is a little bit more, not much. But this software is our financial information software, so it'll integrate and will be more efficient, because right now we're having to use both systems to track.
Great. Any other comments, discussion? No? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 919, agreement with CISA for network vulnerability scanning. I'm going to make a motion to approve an agreement with CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, for network vulnerability scanning free of cost for the district. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. 920, marching band trailer. I'm going to make a motion to approve the purchase of a trailer to be used by the Susquehannock High School Marching Band for $10,150 plus an estimated delivery fee of $1,650 for an estimated total cost of $11,800 from Trailer Daddy. This one-time purchase will be funded with budget surplus. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have a question. Is this replacing the other trailer that they have, and what's wrong with the trailer that they have? I don't know, I'm really just.
So they have two main trailers with the band. One, the band boosters were placed in the fall and donated to the district, if
Right.
you recall. The second, excuse me, they asked, the high school put in for a budget request during the budget process. Because we had a lot of new board members, we didn't bring one-time purchases in January like we usually do, so this was going to be one of our one-time purchases, but because we had so many newer folks, so it's part of that request process. And just to kind of refresh people's memory, or if you haven't heard before, when we have budget requests that are one-time, that for items that maybe last 10 to 12 years, we usually don't put them into the budget. We usually do them as one-time purchases because otherwise it inflates the budget for a one-time expenditure. As far as use, it's just aged. It's an aged trailer. So the one thing that we need to look at is whether, I just got an email today, whether we're going to sell it or what we're going to do there, but we have to take a look at that.
Thank you.
I had the same question, actually. So the smaller white one is the one we're replacing?
I believe it's the two big ones. I think the small white one's the
The
third.
small white one and a big red one. Big red one is the new one, isn't it? The band boosters bought, is that correct?
It's actually you're actually 3 trailers out there.
Correct.
Right.
So we're adding a fourth? or
No.
We're replacing one of the 3?
One of the, yes.
The older- one of
Place-
the older
Yes,
Okay.
the bigger ones.
All right.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact colors on it.
I walked by them a good bit on the way in.
I gotta pass it.
I'll have to check those colors out, but, yeah, it's one of the older ones.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. We've got new instruments to put in it, too.
Wait a minute.
Okay. 9.21, Independence Law Center for Legal Counsel. I'm going to make a motion to approve to retain the Independence Law Center for Legal Counsel. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment. I think we're making a big mistake by retaining this law firm.
Noted.
So you said last time that they cost over $1 million. And I knew that there was something incorrect about the claim, but I didn't remember the exact details, so I went and looked it up. And that's one of those examples of the media lying by omission. So the case that cost over $1 million was the Kitzmiller versus Dover case. And ILC did not represent Dover School District in that case. They were actually represented by the Thomas More Law Center. And in fact, so what you'll see is media reports that say Dover School District did such and such, proposed this policy, and then they'll mention ILC was involved in the case. But ILC did not represent Dover School District. In fact, their chief counsel, Mr. Wegener, advised Dover against what Dover was planning to do. So, in fact, they tried to save Dover from an ill-advised policy, and their involvement in the case was actually to represent a different party, which was a book publisher, book author or publisher, I can't recall which, but so it's one of those things where the media always leave out that detail, that their involvement was not representing Dover, and in fact their advice was against the actions Dover took. I heard a lot of other wild characterizations of both myself and other people that I ran with for this office and the ILC. And I know a lot of the characterizations of myself and those I ran with are untrue. And so I'm not particularly inclined to take the characterizations of ILC particularly seriously if they're not backed by some kind of concrete information. So given that, you know, I have a lot that I could say about this, but I do think that given that I think it's so important that with honestly looking back to the panorama thing, that we really look at how we are respecting parental rights and families, that we retain legal counsel that I think will help to advise us on some of those issues. Parental rights, I think, is very important, and so I'd like to hear from them. And if their counsel goes off the rails, then we can say, no, thank you. We're not interested. But the wild characterizations don't make me particularly disinclined to at least hear from them.
Any further discussion on this?
Mr. Henkel, President Henkel, sorry. Would you be willing to name what exactly you want to hear from the Law Center? Just because there seemed to be a lot of speculation from the public comment about what it is you might be discussing, and I think it would possibly be in the board's best interest to just publicly state what it is you're interested in.
Yeah, predominantly, as I've said before, athletics and parental rights.
Would you be willing to be more specific?
So I want to hear from them what their proposed policies are. I want to make sure that we are making sure our students are safe, and you know, making sure that there's fairness, and then I might want to make sure that parents are aware of really pretty much everything about their children and how the school's interacting with their children. I think that parents have an absolute right to the upbringing of their children, and that right can only be abrogated under the most severe circumstances. So I'd like to hear more from them about how we can ensure that the parents are being respected in everything we do.
If I could just add, there was some comment in regard to Mr. Litz and being unhappy with his service, and that is so far from the truth. There is no inclination of the board that Mr. Litz is going to stop serving our district. There is absolutely no appetite for that. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, Mr. Litz, for all of your good advice and willingness for co-counsel in a few of these matters. And there was also some discussion about hostility towards LGBTQ, which there is no intention of that. There was also some speculation of book banning, which there is no intention of that either. So hopefully that will help with some of the assumptions that are mistruths that are being carried. That is not our intention at all, and that's what I have to say.
I'd also like to say that being the recipient of multiple occasions of mistruths, or even in some cases flat-out lies from some of the same individuals who want to disparage the Independence Law Center, that it doesn't carry a lot of weight with me to be able to take it seriously when you have a comment when I know that you're proclaiming falsehoods from at the same time. So there's a disconnect or disjoining, so it's difficult to accept that as being factual.
The only comment I'd like to make on this is, obviously, any policy that would come out of any conversations with ILC would be handled in public, just like we have now established as the new standard of transparency in this district of sharing policies publicly, so that we can get feedback, so that we can hear from all the stakeholders involved. And I would like to also add to that, that I'm not considering any policy from any organization without Jeff Litz's, who's, served us with distinction and provided us with very valid guidance. For my entire term, all 5 months.
And I'm well aware that we should not take them for granted, because I know of solicitors in other districts that I would have a problem with. I know things they've done and things they've advised that I do not believe represent good advice, just on the face of it. And so, yeah, I would mention yet again, I have been pleased with his service to us, and his opinion has been taken seriously and will continue to be taken seriously by me. And so far, it seems like everyone on the board seems to appreciate his expertise.
I mirror those kudos. You're a straight shooter, and I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And I'd like to make 2 comments regarding public comments about the ILC. You can't really have it both ways. It can't be that the ILC and their policies have cost districts millions of dollars, to which I would ask, which policies? Name one. But then also that they make their profit off of representing districts, then that, if they make their profit off of representing districts that they made policies for, wouldn't that mean that those policies were defensible and that they won?
I mean, if the representation's pro bono.
Correct.
Which the
So
contract
if they're
specifies.
collecting legal fees
It's
and they're
from the
quote-unquote
loser.
making money based on the policies that they help write and then defend those policies, then that means that those policies were sound enough to win in court. You can't have it both ways. So that's my comments for that.
And I would just like to build off of what Mr. Wilson said with regard to developing policy and being transparent about that. I know as the new chair of the policy committee, one of the things that I've tried to do is to answer questions that I know that I had when I was sitting out there and I didn't understand necessarily all of the process. And I must be honest and say that the public comments tonight about the policy, I don't believe anybody read it, because there were actually changes made to it that were completely reflective of what had been asked of us, not only from our constituents as parents, but also from the Teachers Association. And so there has to be some level of assuming good intent. And when we did something so clearly and we've made that process and we've elongated it to allow that transparency, and I heard multiple comments that did not at all represent the policy that we had that's been posted, I don't find that there's going to be a way that for certain people we're going to be able to do what it is that they want us to do, but we are always going to be committed to doing the thing, even if nobody's listening, which is the right thing, which means we're going to hear perspectives, we're going to listen to them, we're going to evaluate them based on our particular school district, we will make the policies, and we will be transparent about that.
And I'll just, in the interest of being really, really fair, yes, there were several commenters who it seemed had not read the policies, who were referencing unscheduled visits to classrooms and that sort of thing. One commenter did appear to have read the policy, which was Ashley Morrison. So I just want to give credit where it's due. And I believe Ms. Morrison still had some questions. I believe that the policy is adequate as it stands, despite those questions. But I want to make sure that I give credit. But yeah, many of the commenters, it seemed had not read, possibly even the original version of the policy, but certainly not the latest.
But we're not at that part right now. We're in the ILC
It's true.
right now.
It's true, but it's
Let's save that for
Yeah.
when we got to go there.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Sorry,
right.
sorry, I just,
Yeah, it was more about,
I get what
general-
you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Any further discussion on this?
Just to be clear, is it untrue that you want to hear policies regarding transgender people, students in sports?
So, I mean, we want to hear policies about participation in sports, and I want to hear what their policy would be
Regarding transgender students?
about students' participation in sports, broadly, about how we can ensure fairness and what that will look like. But I would not prohibit any student from participating in sports. I mean, outside of a medical reason that their doctor was telling them they couldn't participate in sports.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this.
Elizabeth Doberman,
No.
Bill Hall,
Yes.
Mary Lee Hall,
Yes.
Samantha Hall,
Yes.
Jeremy Hash,
Yes.
Jen Henkel,
Yes.
Nathan Henkel,
Yes.
James Holly,
No.
Joe Wilson,
Yes.
7-2.
Motion passes. 9.22, other items of business. I have none. Back to you, President Henkel.
All right. Moving on, we have 10, Committee Report Personnel and Policy. I will turn it over to our Vice President.
Okay, thank you. Obviously skipping 10.01 because we've already done that. Moving on to 10.02, I have the student adjudication. Item 10.02, Student Adjudication A. The Board of Education to consider approval of adjudication for Student A. The board hereby permanently expels the student from the Southern York County School District, effective immediately, provided, however, that the student may apply for readmission to the school district after 1 calendar year, which would be April 19th, 2025, if the student agrees to, complies with, and has met and meets the following conditions. While expelled, the student must participate in the Alternative Education for Disruptive Youth, otherwise known as the AEDY program, chosen for the student by the school district. While attending this program, the student must maintain regular school attendance and have no disciplinary referrals while enrolled in the program. Number 2, the student may seek an alternative education outside the district at the parent's expense. Number 3, while enrolled in the AEDY program, the student must participate in any and all counseling programs requested by the school district and/or the AEDY program, including but not limited to drug and alcohol counseling, the student assistance program, and mental health counseling. The student must follow all recommendations as part of that process. Number 4, prior to applying for readmission to the school district, the student must successfully complete 2 random drug tests at the parent or guardian's expense. Drug test dates will be selected by the school district and must be completed within 24 hours of the notification. Parents or guardians must present results of the drug tests to the school district within 48 hours of the initial notification. Number 5, failure of the student to complete a test within 24 hours, or if any test result indicating the presence of an illegal and/or non-prescribed drug will result in a delay of readmission eligibility and additional drug tests. Continued infractions will result in additional delays of readmission eligibility. Number 6, while expelled, the student is prohibited from entering upon any school district property and attending any school activities unless authorized by a school administrator. I make a motion to approve adjudication for student A. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussions or questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 10.03, the contract with Southern York Educational Association support personnel. Just a broad note of how much we value the support personnel and all that they bring to the district and our students. It was an honor to work on the negotiation process, and I learned a lot. I'm going to thank Mrs. Green and Dr. Bryson for walking me through that. So appreciate that. While the contract was effective until June 30th, 2025, the administration and board felt it was a priority to review it a year early so that any salary increases and benefit changes would be effective for the upcoming budget year. The feedback provided by the association representatives was very helpful and directed to ways that Southern York County School District can remain competitive among York County school districts in attracting and retaining support personnel. I'd like to make a motion to approve a contract with the Southern York Educational Support Personnel Association from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries. Item 10.04, the board treasurer. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Holly as the chair of the nominating committee for nominations for the position of board treasurer.
Thank you, Samantha. When I heard that Joe's term would expire early this summer, I contacted Joe and asked if he'd be willing to continue on as treasurer, and he gave me a positive answer. And I saw no reason to inquire if anyone else was interested. So I'm recommending Joe be reappointed to the office of treasurer for the school board.
Do you want to make the motion, or should I?
I think it's
Is that to me? Okay.
Mr. Hinkle, if you read the
All right. I will move to approve the nomination of Mr. Wilson for board treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
I guess we don't need a second on nominations, but, all right, any nays or abstentions to the nomination? I guess we don't need nays or abstentions. Any other nominations from the floor? All right, I will close nominations. Now we can have our election. Shall we just have a voice vote for Mr. Wilson? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, congratulations, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holly.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Item 10.05, Act 93 plan. Act 93 refers to the agreement with the administrative team. This is a 3-year agreement, and we are in the 3rd year of that agreement. And the revisions being voted on tonight determine the base index and the 457 contribution. I want to make a motion to approve the following for the 2024-2025 year: a base increase for Act 93 salaries of 2%, continuation of 1% for the 457 contribution, and revision of the plan to reflect these changes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Item 10.06. I have the 2024-2025 compensation and benefit program. The Board of Education to consider adopting a 2024-2025 compensation and benefit program. And this is specifically for our non-union support staff, our non-Act 93 salary staff, which I think Dr. Bryson had mentioned, it's kind of equivalent to our middle management, and then other positions and substitute staff, which could include substitute teachers and game help. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt a 2024-2025 compensation and benefit program for the positions that I mentioned. And do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? And motion
The only thing, can you add, like, the 4th category that was listed on there was Act 93 and cabinet administrators, because we need to approve the salaries.
Oh, sure.
Part of the,
Do you want me to read it again?
yeah, I just want to make sure it's included in there,
Okay.
because you didn't mention that.
Okay, so let me redo. So I make a motion to adopt a 2024-2025 compensation and benefit program for our non-union support staff, for our non-Act 93 salary staff, for our Act 93 administrators and cabinet administrators, and for other positions and substitutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Item 10.07, the Southern York County School District Foundation Board of Director appointments. Just by way of explanation, because I was curious about it, the foundation bylaws indicate a mixture of the Board of Director appointments to the foundation as well as the actual board. And these terms are for 3 years, being effective July 1st, 2024. So I make a motion to appoint the following to the Southern York County School District Foundation Board of Directors for 3-year terms effective July 1st, 2024. Susan Barnhart, Randall Buffington, and Gail Seitz Prego. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Okay, that motion carries. And then item 10.08. This is voting on the delegates for the PSBA Delegate Assembly. Just also wanted to share a little bit about that. The PSBA Delegate Assembly will be held on November 2nd, 2024. The board members that we vote on tonight will be our delegates at this meeting, and they will vote on any bylaw amendments as well as the 2024 PSBA legislative platform, which includes both legislative priority items and core legislative principles and supporting concepts. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the following 2 voting delegates for the PSBA Delegate Assembly meeting on Saturday, November 2nd, 2024. Mary Lee Hall, in-person option preferred, and Jennifer Henkel, in-person option preferred. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd just like to explain it a little bit more.
Sure.
So everybody understands what it is. So just like you said, the PSBA Delegate Assembly is an annual association-wide business meeting. It includes the legislative platform and bylaw considerations, financial updates, and PSBA leadership election results. So the 2024 Delegate Assembly is getting together in November. They're going to go over anything that school districts will submit for the current legislative platform. We did not have any submissions. We didn't have any changes, additions, or modifications to, words that we feel like will be necessary to change. So we don't have anything to submit, which is fine. However, PSBA is still going to be sending out a link to all school board directors, so I wanted everyone to know about it, to look for it. We are going to be getting that in the beginning of June, and what that is an invitation to participate in a survey to help select PSBA's legislative platform priorities for the 2025-26 session of the General Assembly. So that will give everyone a voice to have an idea of what you're going to be looking for associated with our district and our needs for the next coming year. So please be on the lookout for that. We need to respond by June 19th.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Any other discussion? All right, any nays or abstentions? The motion carries. Item 10.09, this is a reading of Policy 012, School Director Visits to Schools. As per our board policy, I conducted a first reading of a draft policy at the March meeting for board deliberation and to listen to public comment. The draft policy was then posted for the April meeting. At that time, we invited the community to email comments on the policy. We also met with the Teachers Association to listen to feedback. The comments from those stakeholder groups are included in this draft policy, which was posted in advance of this meeting. Given that the edits amended the scope of the original draft, which was read in April, so that all the visits that are scheduled, whether it's initiated by the superintendent, building administration, board president, or individual school directors. The amended draft is presented this evening as information only and will be voted on the June meeting. The policy is listed on the website, so I won't read it in its entirety, but I will summarize the other changes that were made. So again, the big change is that all these visits will be scheduled. Other changes included detailing requirements for school visits to maintain school security protocols, so they are consistent at all buildings, amending the total number of director-initiated visits not to exceed 10 in a given week, and clarifying exemptions and prohibitions. Again, the policy is on the agenda tonight for information, and I guess I would just ask if anybody has any questions or comments to anything.
I would like to say thank you for hearing me out about giving the courtesy to the building administrators about notifying them ahead of time. On the second page, towards like the bottom, you changed the language there from at least one business day in advance to waiting for the acknowledgement and acceptance from said administrator, and I think that is courteous and will give administrators time to prepare should they feel necessary. So thank you for hearing me out that.
I also appreciate the changes and listening. Are we not doing a survey then? Is that?
Well, the association performed a survey, and so rather than survey the teachers to death, we decided to work with them and discuss the concerns they had and incorporate those concerns. And Dr. Bryson, I believe you said that generally at this point, the feedback is that they're amenable to the current version.
Agreed. I think we're in a good place with where it's at. Yeah.
And my other question is, just 10 visits a week seems a bit excessive. I mean, like, it could be 7. So you're like visiting one school or one day a week, or 5, honestly. Like, I don't understand why it's 10.
That is across the
if
entire
somebody
board.
can explain that.
That is across the entire board, as I
Oh,
understand
so
it.
like,
changed it.
so like one, like,
So it's a total of 10. So if
Okay.
all 9 of us went in and one of us went in one extra time, then that's it. I know the way
Still
it was,
seems a lot,
the
but
way that it
okay,
was worded
I get it.
before, it was each board director could go in twice a week. That would have been 18 visits a week. That seemed like a lot, but, putting it 10 at an even number seemed reasonable.
I was reading it as you could go in 10 times. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
Why
I don't
would
think
you
anybody
want
has time to
to?
do that.
And
Okay.
truly on occasion, I feel like sometimes it can be a busy season and because of our board duties, we could be in school 5 or 6 times in one week already, outside of anything that has to do with policy. I think it's just putting it out there so that it's on paper and, everyone knows. But I know there are some weeks I'm in school 6 or 7 times, just for my duties that I'm doing, so.
No, I get that. That's different. That's not.
Yeah, well, those don't count toward the 10.
I was gonna ask, that doesn't include like if you guys choose to like volunteer in the classroom, like with like, those 10 visits don't count.
No.
It's just the board initiated.
Yeah, it would only, if it was a board director initiated visit under this policy, would it count toward the 10 visits. So when I come in to meet with Dr. Bryson to go over the agenda, that doesn't count because he's initiating that.
And does Dallastown like do some kind of like at the board, like if they went into the school, they give a report, like that they went to the school and this is what they saw? I'm asking, I didn't really check, I gotta be honest, but I thought I overheard that, but I don't know if it's a rule. I don't know.
Not aware.
Just one.
I have one question. The last paragraph says, "A school director's failure to intentionally comply with the policy will result in a first offense written warning. Continued noncompliance will result in further measures determined by the board, including temporary and permanent suspension." Question is, suspension from visiting the school
Yeah.
or suspension from the board?
I don't think we have the power to suspend from the board,
No.
at least for something like
There's
that.
no-
It
Yeah.
would be the privileges under the policy.
Correct. Okay.
Should that be, you feel like that should we clarify that?
Can we
then?
clarify that?
I think it could be clearer, go have at it.
Yeah.
If we clarify that, do we have to go through another reading?
Well, no, you could make the change and then when it goes on the.
Yeah, we can make the change now, but also that, to me, that's a de minimis change. A clarifying change like that is not one that we have to have another
It's not
reading.
significant.
Yeah.
Okay. And there was also some public comment about in-classroom clarity. Am I wrong in that the board does not have an appetite to sit in a classroom?
The policy
It's
says we
definitely not our
can't,
job.
unless we're invited.
Right, so do I have an appetite ever to sit in a classroom? Sure. I mean, would I like to see, but that's going to be cleared with the teacher. And then also it was raised that when we're accompanied, there's no prohibition on entering classrooms if Dr. Bryson's walking me around.
Sure.
And that's on him. He walked me right into the FACS classroom because he wanted to show me the equipment in there, and there was a class going on, and he'll have to accept responsibility for that when he's escorting me.
And there was some concern about one-on-ones with students. My understanding is that's not something that anyone's going to be doing. There's not going to be
No,
specific questioning.
I think we clarified that because that wasn't in the initial draft as far as making sure that any conversation with a student took place in a public area
Sure.
in view of the public,
Yeah.
which I think that was a good addition.
Yeah, because I mean, a student might approach us and we're not gonna be rude and say, I can't talk to you, but it's gotta have to be in a public area and it specifies polite conversation, so. If a student is walking by and I say hi, that doesn't, I think that's acceptable.
Yeah, just clarifying for the
And
comment.
who's keeping track of the 10 visits? Like, whose job is that going to have to be?
Well, we do notify,
Oh,
so part of the
Jesus,
policy is
sorry.
we notify Dr. Bryson. Now, we don't have to wait, the approval piece is from the building administrator. So I suppose if all of us tried to do it all at once, then that could create a problem, but I just don't
There's
think
a
that's-
record.
I don't think that's gonna be an issue, but Dr. Bryson will be copied on any requests. And honestly, I mean, I just don't see this coming up much because there are so many visits that I have that are for purposes of being here that I do want to come in and visit and observe the school environment, but honestly, with the number of calls that I have to take and the number of times I have to come over here, I would not be able to visit every week, even once. And if every board member visited once every week, that still would be within it. I think the flexibility is mostly that if for some reason and especially with different buildings, and that's one thing that's not entirely clear to me. It looks like 10 across the district. So there's that as well, it actually ends up being 2 visits per school per week across the entire board. So it's really not that many visits, if you think about it that way.
And a lot of us, in my case at least, I'm working 40 hours a week
Yeah.
during the day, so coming in would require a change of schedule and those kinds of things. So it's not so easy just to,
I mean,
walk
yeah,
in the day.
so often I'm already working late because he calls me in the middle of the day.
I'm a planner, so.
For my part.
He's
I
working
was-
late too because of it, so at least we suffer together.
For my part, I'm very encouraged that this board can collaborate, that we do listen to other opinions, that Mrs. Caroline, you gave us some feedback too. I'm very happy and proud of the product that we did. I think it shows that we can put our heads together and be better for it. And Mr. Litz, I would actually like to publicly apologize to you. When I reviewed the footage of the last meeting, I said that if anybody wasn't happy with the way that the policy was drafted the first time, count me in too. I didn't like it. That was by no means any kind of dig on you. You did an amazing job trying to predict first time all of the external, and so thank you so much for that.
No problem.
She's saying you can't make
I've heard worse.
you can't make all the people happy all the time.
Sounds like a challenge, Mr. Litz.
Mr. Hash, did you have something?
Yeah, since we're doing little points of clarification, page 3, middle of it, says entry into private spaces, including laboratories, must require permission from the superintendent. I'm sorry, Dr. Bryson, but if I have to go, I gotta go. So if we want to put a, well, seriously, I mean, might want to clarify that.
Well, it's-
They're
I mean,
private bathrooms.
Yeah, it's either that or use like the ones that,
It doesn't say that though, it says all.
oh, okay.
Will you come over to the administration building?
Okay, that's fine, just saying.
That's,
Okay, are we good?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm always unaccompanied when I do that currently. And I'd like to keep it that way.
Okay, so item 10.10, other items of business, I have none, so that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, moving on to buildings and grounds, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, President Hinkle. Of course, I just slid my screen. Okay, Buildings and Grounds report for April 2024. Mr. Buffington.
The report's for your information. I'll point out a couple things. We've included the environmental update, which we do on an annual basis. The other thing I'd point out, and hopefully you've had the chance to see as you're coming up the main drive, the main campus digital sign is in place. So hopefully you all saw that coming up the drive. Any questions or on the report? Okay, sir. 11.02, the water test report for April 2024. You can see the various tests that were taken and with all good results. 11.03, water testing for lead is required by law. So annually, we need to talk through that in a public meeting. What I'd like to update the board, our plan would include following the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection schedule, which would include the main campus, all three buildings, Friendship, and we would add Shrewsbury, not required, but we would add Shrewsbury to it. So all 5 of our buildings, we are planning to test lead in the drinking water between June and September of 2025. So next summer, we'd be testing that. And that's, again, Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection mandates that we test this campus and Friendship during that time period, but we're going to add Shrewsbury to it as well. 11.04, the project update. The progress report's included for your information. The financial report, and I'd like to, Kat, if you could pull up the slide for us. Just like to look there, just a snapshot of the budget with the expenditures and encumbrances and a remaining budget there. You can see about $800,000. And then if we can go to slide 2, specifically the contingency actually went up since April, so since the beginning of April. And we'll look at the change orders here in a minute because we had a credit change order that offset some of the other change orders. So our contingency actually went up by the $3,287, which is a good thing. However, we're going to talk about some other change orders here as we go. For the project, schedule-wise, the bulk demo preparation is ongoing, and that's about a month ahead of schedule. We certainly have a busy summer scheduled, and we're on track to complete the entire project late fall of 2024. So if we can go to 11.05 change orders. The first group of change orders, GC 55, EC 29, PC 16, and AA Phase 1, 7, were change orders that I approved on site, all within, under the $20,000 limit there. I'd point out the asbestos change order is actually a credit coming back. Months ago, we talked to the board about allowances that are included in the contracts. When we get to the end of that contract and you haven't used the allowance, we get money credited back. So that may, as we finish up phase 2, we may come back with another credit, but for phase 1, that's our credit that we get back with that. So you can see our final cost
of the 3286.50 was actually, to the good, of a credit. So then, any questions with those change orders?
That's great, thank you.
Thank you, Randy. So moving on to 11.06, we have some other change orders. So these change orders, well, let me make the motion first, and we'll discuss. Motion to approve change order GC-COR-91 at the cost of $19,773.37, and GC-COR-100, a cost of $15,367.39 for the Susquehannock High School project. Do I have a second?
Second.
So open for discussion. So these change orders were generated by rooftop units that the ductwork was designed to come down through an area where there were electrical utilities. So then those units had to be relocated to not interfere with the electrical utilities. And in that, there was work that needed to be done to support the weight of where the units were going to sit. There was lots of discussion through that process that, that Randy, worked on. To his credit, it is two separate instances. And he could have, approved these on site because they're less than 20,000. It is two separate instances. However, with their cost and their, close proximity to one another, he chose to bring it to the board this way. So the engineer is picking up 15% of the cost because of the error. And the cost of this is for the roof to be supported to carry the weight of the units. So not necessarily something that we were, all jumping up and down to have to spend. However, the work has been completed. It would have held up the job if it had not been. Do you want to add anything into that, Randy?
No, I think you did a great job there. Yep.
So questions? Okay, hearing none. Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just interrupt just for a moment. Caroline, I know it's super late. I always feel like we need to give you the okay if you need to head out. Certainly, we don't want to keep you here, but you're welcome to stay.
I get to go in late tomorrow, so
Okay.
I can stay.
Wait, you have to be
Your
here by
last meeting, why would you-
9:45 tomorrow.
I don't have a first period.
You guys have a senior meeting, just saying.
Shoot.
Yep.
It's okay.
She's waiting for that transportation report.
Sorry, Mr. Hall.
It's very
please move
exciting.
forward.
Okay, moving on to 11.07, quote from Douglas Equipment and Supply Company for the replacement purchase of a dump trailer. So let me make the motion. Motion to approve a quote from Douglas Equipment and Supply Company of York, PA for the replacement purchase of a dump trailer for the amount of $9,400. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so for some clarification for us on this, we currently have a trailer that has had many homes. It's with us now, but it is, reached the end of its life. They use this trailer predominantly for moving equipment between schools, and opted to go to a dump trailer because it also gives them some versatility of being able to do some small hauling, in whatever the case may be. It also gives them the versatility of being able to move materials directly to the location. And you also then have a trailer that has sides on it while you're hauling mowers or whatever it may be. So it's definitely, it's a good step up.
Yeah, has electric brakes versus the old one
Right.
brakes.
Wow.
Right. So, any questions?
Given our recent experience with our truck, I support brakes.
Right.
Brakes are good. Okay, any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.08, a motion to award the bid and unit price for the contract to Newbar Demolition and Environmental Services of Gilbertsville, PA for the asbestos abatement Phase 3 at the Susquehannock High School project. Costs are dependent on whether the abatement services are needed in demolition. Unit price number 7 for bonds may be the only cost at $500. May I have a second?
Second.
So, the $500 is great. That's potentially the least of our liability. This is the end of the bidding process, which basically puts us in a position to be able to deal with any found asbestos quickly. So the bidding process is already done. As you can see in the executive content, it breaks it out into the different types of possibilities of finding asbestos, also some different possibilities for response time. But it just puts us in a position to be able to respond quickly and not hold up the demolition as we go throughout the summer. Would you like to add anything, Randy?
I was pleased with the results. I think the mission we tried to accomplish, we got it, and now we're hoping we can have no asbestos found and only have a $500 cost.
Yeah, so we can all hope for that. So do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.09.
Yeah, 11.09, summer campus access. We've been talking, it's a busy summer here with construction. It's estimated that at the height of the summer construction, we'll have approximately 40 trucks a day coming in and out of this campus. So certainly activities are affected, and, we'll be restricting some of those activities. So certainly we're looking particularly to avoid the front drive as they're working on the old part of the building in the front, and we'll be using the back drive. But just wanted to put the information out there that campus access will be restricted, and as we get back to school, certainly open back up. But there'll be some evening activities and things that, and certainly offices will be open and things. But certainly a busy summer for construction. And it'll be congested, so certainly if you can avoid the main campus this summer, we'd encourage that.
Yeah, so to reiterate that, we will be sending communication starting the Tuesday after Memorial Day. You will not be able to come up the front drive. If you do have to come on main campus, you'll have to access it by the back drive. And to the point of, if you come up the main drive, you might get stuck. Because the trucks are gonna be rolling, and we can't hold that up in order to make sure that we continue to be ready for school to start in the fall. So we're trying to put it out wherever we can, because if you drive up here where we are, as you now know, because of the buses, you can't get over across there. There's no way to do that. So the only way to get over that way to the back drive is to go down to the Y and around the high school, where you're not gonna be able to do it. So we just want to get that out as much as we can. so that people are not stuck.
Is that even at nighttime? Like, I mean, obviously, construction's not happening at night. Could somebody go and walk on the track? I'm not asking for myself, but I'm just.
We are not recommending it because there'll be a lot going on, but could they? Yeah, I mean, it's not, we can't shut down the campus because of emergency vehicles and things. There'll be signage to say that you can't come up the front drive.
Okay.
But of course, we can't block it off, so you could drive up.
No, I'm
so-
just thinking when
so, yeah,
construction's not happening, so you're not in the way of construction.
We are
but it-
highly recommending,
Makes
we are highly recommending that we don't have, because again, they're gonna be doing paving, they're gonna, because there's areas that have to be paved, plus the demolition, so.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand.
A lot going on.
I know people.
There'll be
ask-
points we'll all get kicked off too for a couple days, so,
So I have a general question, and maybe this is a little early, but around mid-August, students are going to have to start rolling back into campus for various reasons, you know, with driver's license, parking permits, all those things that the seniors and the juniors need to handle. I'm assuming that's probably going to be handled on the back end near door 27 rather than.
which is why,
to the front.
yes, so absolutely, so that's why we're trying to get out on Tuesday, the Tuesday after Memorial Day is when we want to really hit it hard,
Yeah.
so that when we get to that point, we're in a really good place.
Yeah.
As long as you have the big orange construction traffic only sign, so that so that I
We'll
don't
have
forget
lots of stuff.
as I
but
drive over.
We just, when we get someone stuck, we just want to be able to say, we put it out all over the place.
Just have a big sign, that's all I ask.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 11.10. We have use of facilities. The information is listed there. Moving on to 11.11, other items of business. I have one. I'd like to make a report about the greatest needs / feasibility study. We did have a meeting with multiple firms and a walkthrough. We had 4 respondents. We are going to be, and by we, I mean Randy. No,
Thank you, Randy.
just teasing. We will be working on putting together an internal understanding, at least as we see it, of our greatest needs, presenting that to these companies or these firms, and then having a time of sitting down with them, getting their perspective on what we're seeing as our greatest needs, and then also then giving them the opportunity to have input into maybe the value engineering side, whatever their input may be, as then we'll move forward in the selection process. So that's where we're at, but I just wanted to, make the board aware of where we're headed.
And is the list of 4, that's the full list, or could there still be additional?
Could we still accept someone else in at this point?
So we sent to 8 or 9, and we
There's
got
9.
4 back.
But is it still open, or is it?
No, it's closed.
It's closed,
Yeah,
okay.
it's been closed for a while.
So, that's all I have, unless anyone else has other business. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
President Hinkle, thank
All
you,
right.
Randy.
Moving on to item 12, transportation, health, and safety. Mr. Hash.
Movie you all been waiting for. During the month of April, there were 17 red light violations reported. 2 were caught on camera. 15 were captured through driver observation. 11 of them occurred when a vehicle passed a bus on the straightaway. Cameras were rotated during the month to go to the areas that were reporting the high offenses. In addition to all of the transportation needs that we have as day-to-day, they also covered 15 field trips, 7 van rentals, and 68 athletic events for us in 1 month. And then also during the month of April, First Student team members, they celebrated 7 service anniversaries. So thank you to our drivers and our maintenance workers over at First Student for their continued dedication to our district. And that is all I have for the transportation report. Other items of business?
Mr. Ash, I have one thing, just wanted
Yes,
to
sir.
share, and this is just for the board. Theo Mendes and I will be working tomorrow, going through the campuses, not Friendship, Shrewsbury, as well as the main campus, to identify some of the signage recommended by the Pennsylvania State Police, which would be signage on the buildings, on our athletic fields, playgrounds, et cetera. So our goal is to come back to the board in June with a proposal for specific signage that we can have installed over the summer. So I want to give you an update on that.
Thank you, appreciate that. That is all I have. Back to you, Mr. President Hinkle.
All right. On to item 13, athletic report. Ms. Doberman.
Thank you. Item number 1301, the athletic report. The Warriors had another strong spring season. Below are the current highlights. Girls lacrosse. Congratulations to girls lacrosse team for ending the regular season YAIAA Division I co-champions with a record of 14-1. The Warriors qualified for the PIAA District 3 Championships as the number 2 seed and will play on May 21st here at Susquehannock. Boys lacrosse is also sitting in position to qualify for PIAA District 3 Championships and ended their regular season with a record of 10-6. The Warriors will play in the opening round of the PIAA District 3 Championships on May 17th, tomorrow, at Lower Dauphin Middle School at 7 p.m. Warriors softball is currently in the hunt for the YAI AA Division II title with 3 games left to play. They have been postponed from rain constantly, and they are eliminating some games due to it. They are also in position to qualify for the PIAA District 3 Championships that begin on May 20th. Congratulations to the Warrior baseball team for ending their regular season YAIAA Division II champions. While the Warriors did not qualify for the PIAA District 3 Championships, they earned their 3rd consecutive division title. The Warrior track and field team had another successful season. The Warrior boys team ended as YAIAA Division II runner-ups. And on May 8th, the Warriors competed at the YAIAA Track and Field Championship at Dallastown and will compete at the YAIAA District 3 Championships on May 17th and 18th at Shippensburg University. Below, you will find the medal winners from the YAIAA Championships. And I know I'm going to pronounce his name wrong, but it's Nicholas Torregrossa, 7th place, 100-meter dash. Michael Fox, 3rd place, 400-meter run. Jackson Elliott, 2nd place, 800-meter run. Andrew Hetzer, 3rd place, 800-meter run. The 4x400 relay team, 2nd place. That was Michael Fox, Andrew Hetzer, Jackson Elliott, and Nicholas Torregrossa. The 4x8 relay team got 6th place. That was Andrew Hertzer, Robert Russell, Lucas Hanley, and Jackson Elliott. Dallas Fowler got 7th place in the 400-meter run. The 4x100 relay team got 7th place. That was Dallas Fowler, Hayden Murdoff, Addison Vickers, and Abigail Fisher. The 4x800 relay team got 6th place. That was Emma Jordan, Anna Hambach, Madison Wirtz, and Ava Lund. Kirsten Holloway placed 6th in the long jump, and Madison Marks placed 4th place in discus. For boys tennis, congratulations to Derek Bauman, I don't know, for qualifying for the PIAA District 3 Singles Championships, and to Derek and Dominic Dillon for qualifying for the PIAA District 3 Doubles Championships. girls basketball. As noted earlier, the girls basketball team earned the Gretchen Wolf Swartz Sportsmanship Award this season. Our 2 senior athletes were awarded a total of $75,000 in scholarship money by the GWS Foundation. Congratulations to our senior athletes, coaches, and the entire girls basketball team for this tremendous honor. We could not be more proud of how they represented themselves, the school district, and the entire community. And that concludes that. And then item number 1302, other items of business, I have none, so that concludes my report.
All right. Item 14, the other business committee report for the other items of business that couldn't fit into any of the other items of business, but can't wait for new business. I have none. Anyone else?
Nope.
It's a weird item. All right, on to 15.01, Legislative Council, Mrs. Mary Lee Hall.
Yes, sir. I really don't have much to report from Harrisburg. There's plenty of legislation in committee right now and more to follow at the next board meeting. But the House is set to reconvene on Monday, the 20th, and then the Senate on June 3rd. So I'll have more at the next meeting.
Thank you.
And that concludes my report.
All right, York School of Technology, Ms. Doberman.
On May 2nd, they had new student orientation, and as I stated before, May 23rd is graduation at 5 p.m. at the York Fairgrounds Expo Center, and so they're looking forward to that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. 15.03, Lincoln Intermediate Unit Number 12, report is attached for your information. Does anyone have anything else on that?
Yes, I went to the authority meeting last night, and the good news is we approved the budget for next year, for 2024, 2025. Membership fees are staying the exact same, not going up. In addition to that, there also good news is the bond payment on the building that will be owned by the authorities, or the authority that is 13 districts, will be paid off by next year. Saying that though, they are in talks, looking at feasibility studies of where do we go from here with expansions. The building's old, and to upkeep that would be a lot. So they're looking at where do we go from here. So coming down the pike at some point will be something. Don't know what that is yet. Dr. Bryson, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think that's a good, I'll expand on it a little bit. The building Jeremy's talking about is the York Learning Center, which is the old Central High School, right off of 83 and 30, 7th Ave. So the building is in rough shape, and they're gonna have to decide whether they want to put a lot of money into renovation or whether it's cheaper to move to a new location, because there's more square footage than they utilize in that building. And as far as the LIU is concerned, that's just one of actually many buildings they utilize, but they're even looking at leasing and different options. But that's enough for now. It'll be, as I said to Jeremy, it'll be months before it gets deep into it.
15.04, York Adams Tax Bureau. Ms. Green, do you have anything? All right. 15.05, Southern York County School District Foundation. Mrs. Hall?
My favorite subject. Lots going on at the end of the year here, so I hope you got your notes ready. All right, so the foundation hosted an online silent auction April 22nd to the 29th in celebration of Give Local York. I hope that you guys got to bid on some things and maybe won a few. There were many great choices to choose from. So thanks to the generosity of all contenders, the auction raised nearly $2,000 for future scholarships. So if you missed the opportunity to bid but would like to donate, we're always happy to encourage more giving and welcome as much giving as possible. So you can always reach out to this little lady over here, Miss Susan Green. I'm just gonna put her email out there, susan.green@sycsd.org, for anyone who's listening in the future. Hopefully not right now, it's too late, but always happy to accept a happy donation. And the foundation also honors distinguished leadership to the foundation with an awards dinner. This year, the awards dinner was on April 25th. Freedom Outdoor Design, the high school boys and girls basketball teams, Southern York County Field Hockey, and Dr. Sandra Lamont were recipients of the foundation's Distinguished Leadership Award this year. Upon receiving that honor, they each shared a little something about their history and heartfelt care for students at SYCSD in their future. It was a wonderful evening of appreciation and gratitude for all the generosity and donations that are given every year. And of course, the exciting culmination for the foundation is the Scholarship Awards ceremony. So last Thursday evening, 88 students were awarded 154 scholarships totaling over $160,000. And there were plenty of smiling faces and families cheering on those seniors. I'm sure Caroline can attest to that. Huge thank you to the many donors and organizations that made this possible. And for all the recipients of scholarships, be sure to accept your reward on ChapterNet by May 20th. Did you do it already? And remember to write a thank you note to your sponsor. Let them know how every dollar counts and how much it means to you. It'll keep those scholarships coming for years to come. And we have one more wonderful event to look forward to, and that is the Distinguished Alumni Recognition Dinner next Thursday, which hopefully a bunch of you will be present. The Susquehannock High School Alumni Association will honor Brian McCarthy, and he is a 1989 graduate who will receive the Distinguished Alumni Award and deliver the alumnus speech at Susquehannock's commencement. Colonel McCarthy is a 24-year veteran of the United States Air Force and previously served as an F-15E fighter pilot and instructor pilot. Very neat, exciting there. An international affairs specialist with the Air Force, and a military liaison for the Secretary of State, John Kerry. So lots of wonderful conversation to be had there at that dinner, I'm sure. And he has served in multiple deployments, earning the Distinguished Flying Cross, and he is currently an executive at Northrop Grumman. We are very much looking forward to his motivating and encouraging sentiments for the 2024 graduating class. And then after graduation, the foundation is all finished up for the summer, and we'll reconvene September 10th to begin next year's planning. See how many scholarship awards that we can give out, huh, Susan? And that concludes my report.
All right. 15.06, other items of business. Anyone? All right. Moving on to 16.01, the student activities report for April 2024 is attached for your information. 16.02, we have the following resignations and retirements. Cindy Almany, Mary Dankowski, and Kevin Mullen. 16.03, other items of business. I have none. Anyone else? All right, moving on to 17.01, and I will turn it over to Dr. Reppert.
How about that one?
Oh, you're handling this one this time?
You sleeping over there, honey?
No, I'm not sleeping. I'm just making sure he's awake.
All right.
What are we on, 17.01, home education?
Were you asleep over there?
Did one of you do it?
Busted. Nice job, President Henkel. Played that well.
Home education, 211, outside cyber charter, 75, Southern York Digital Academy, 7, and Lincoln Edge cyber program, 14. You want me to keep going?
Sure, you can keep going. 17.02, take it away.
Real quick, just an update for me. One thing I just wanted to say is I'd like to take a moment and give my sincere condolences to Dakota's family and friends, friendship during this time. There are really no words to describe this level of loss, but we can all remember the joy that he brought to each and every one around him. I'd also like to thank the entire Friendship community and staff for rallying around not only the students, but each other over the past week. It certainly has been challenging, but I couldn't be any prouder of our staff and how they've handled it. So please continue to keep the entire Friendship family, Dakota's family, friends, in your thoughts and prayers throughout the end of the school year and certainly beyond. Caroline, couldn't be any more proud of you and all that you've contributed to the board as their student rep. Certainly somebody is going to be very lucky to have you as an employee somewhere on this planet in the near future. I also want to congratulate the entire class of 2024, wish them the best, can't believe it's over, but I am sure all of them are extremely excited for a sunny 74 with a little breeze day next week. And lastly, a big thank you to all the retirees and also Dr. Mullen and Dr. Dankowski just for being great colleagues for the last decade plus. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Item 18, new business. Does anyone have
I
anything?
do. I have something.
Mhm.
I'm going to test Dr. Ruppert and see if he's awake. I did not ask him if I could do this, and so Dr. Ruppert, you can go ahead and just say what you are able to say. But I wanted to allow the kudos to continue with the theme that we were doing today. He had shared with me that, well, this portion is what I'd like to say, that due to the feedback that we were getting from public comment and the tone that the board had set during deliberation between ourselves, that we were setting the standard of having a no tolerance policy, well, no tolerance for the policies that we already have when it comes to bullying, but specifically racial bullying. That can only work in so much as the cooperation and implementation of those policies with our administration, with our principals. And he gave me some amazing news, and I hope that the trend continues. It shows that when you foster responsibility among students, when you set a standard, they will rise to the occasion. And so to whatever degree you can speak to that, I would love to hear it and have everybody else hear it too.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Nankel. You know, I think a lot of these situations that we deal with, like we've always said, Dr. Price and I've said, if we know about it, we can do something about it. Unfortunately, we have no student that's perfect. We have no parent that's perfect. We have no adult that's perfect. The biggest thing we want to do is make sure that our students live and learn from the situations that they're dealt with. So when we're dealing more with our policy 103, dealing with the racial discrimination, harassment, et cetera, we've really put a large focus to that, you know, and not to say we haven't before, but as we've heard in public comment, you know, where the parents are coming in and the students are coming in and expressing concerns, our administrators are addressing things. Our administrators are going through the steps to continue to make sure their students are safe within the school and putting the safety plans in place, supportive measures in place. And I can't be more proud of them. And why? Because I'm in that communication daily, sometimes, many times during the day, where they're reaching out to me. So, not to say that, you know, we won't have any more incidents, because I think we will. But I think it's how swiftly our administrators are addressing them when they come in, and we're teaching the students different ways that they can handle themselves, different ways they can express themselves by being respectful, responsible, and resilient.
Thank you so much. Lovely to hear.
All right. Any other new business? All right. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, we are adjourned.